Well, well, well. Hello. How are you doing tonight? Welcome in. Welcome to the Great American Experience. I'm the Wizard of Oz, and this is not my show. I'm simply the guy behind the curtain pushing the buttons, providing a platform for you to come up and talk about the subjects that matter to you. So grab a link, come on in, and let's have a conversation. In the meantime, fill your bowl, fill your glass, and I'll be back as soon as there's somebody here to talk to. All right. Hello there. What's up? Grab a link. Come on up. All right. Well, I tell you what. Hey Zoom, how you doing, buddy? Oh man, I tell you, it's not been hot here, but it's just been humid as hell. And yeah, day's been good. Man, I pulled in about 5 pounds of okra. Yeah. Hey, there we go. What's up, Bill?
Yeah. 5 pounds of okra.
Yep, 5 pounds of okra, another 4 or 5 pounds of tomatoes. I pulled in a couple zucchinis that were about 4 pounds a piece. Yeah, they're big. They don't even ripen up until they get like a foot long. It's crazy, but that's because I have my garden soil. Another dozen cucumbers. What's up, princess? What you do? Why are you barking? But yeah, no, harvest green peppers, green beans, another couple pounds of green beans. It's been a good week from the garden, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, heck yeah. So yeah, I'm loving it.
Well,
I roasted up some chicken for dinner tonight and baked a couple potatoes and fried up some green beans. Oh man.
That's cool.
Yeah, I haven't dug up any of my potatoes yet. Of course, they're still growing. The plants are still green and all that. So I'm letting them grow.
Yeah, you can dig them up in late fall.
Yep. And as long as those plants are green, that means they're still growing.
So did you plant them? I don't remember. Did you plant them by quartering spuds or?
Well, kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Actually, I cut them up. I didn't cut them in quarters. I cut them up according to the eyes. Separated the eyes out of the potato.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I must have 35, 40 plants there.
That'll be interesting how they turn out.
Oh yeah, yeah. So that's working out.
I did that with red russet, or not red, but russet potatoes.
Now
And
I've got about a third of them are russet potatoes that were growing potatoes from I bought from the store. You know, and the other ones are the Yukon Golds I got from the MFA seed potatoes.
oh yeah,
Yeah. I'm hoping for big potatoes this year.
yeah. Hopefully they'll get nice and big.
Well, with second stage growth, so they're definitely doing that, you know.
Yeah, none of mine got big when I planted them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were all just little small seed potatoes, but they were good. I ate them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Heck
Just
yeah.
kind of soup. Put them in soup.
Stews and soups, yeah. Hey, there's my Huckleberry. How you doing, Huckleberry? Yeah. But yeah, no, the garden is jamming, dude. I need to take a video. I should have taken a video today. But I was working until I sweat and then get nasty sweat blind and come inside, get in front of a fan and dry off and then drink some water and get back to it, you know. Just been back and forth.
Yeah, and when I grew those potatoes, they were all small, but they were bushels and bushels of them. There were so many of them.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Salute. Shaw.
Hey, Colonel Shaw. Hi, Huckleberry.
But you had a lot of potatoes coming in, huh?
Yeah, I had. I mean, more than I knew what to do with. They're all tiny, though. That was the thing. They were like seed potatoes. They were just small, and they were just from quartering russet potatoes.
Oh, wow. Right.
But it was kind of cool, you know. I ate them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I'm wondering what Colonel Shaw's growing over there.
Yeah, Colonel Shaw, how's your garden going? Hey, Bruce.
Hey, Bruce.
Man, my tomato plants are so tall, they're already growing up off of the center of that archway. I got to pull them back down and try and thread them into the archway somehow because they're blocking the damn sprinkler that I got mounted on top of the archway. Which, if they're at the center top of that archway, that means those plants are 8 feet tall and still growing. Oh yeah, my tomatoes are big too. Oh, I got a bunch of them coming out that are just like 2 pounds of tomato and one tomato.
And then you got spicy tomatoes.
Yeah, those are doing pretty good too. Yep, those are doing really good.
Yeah, you can plant potatoes. You don't even have to dig them up. You can let them go through the winter even.
Right. Well, it's problematic too because there are other creatures that'll eat the potatoes right out of the ground.
Well, I know people that plant potatoes and don't dig them up till the next year, and sometimes same thing with beets. Beets they don't dig them up till winter. Sometimes in January, February. You could plant beets right now.
Hey, Don, welcome in. Yeah, you could do beets and carrots and lettuce and all the herbs. You could do peas and broccoli will do fine too. It'll actually grow into through the fall and probably a little bit in the winter.
Cabbages. What's a cabbage?
Cabbages.
Well, I thought it was some kind of a cabbage radish cross.
Nah, it's cabbage. But the rabbits ate my onions this year, so I got no onions. They ate all my onions. They ate them down to the ground and then pulled them out of the ground. It's weird.
I have kohlrabies, Colonel. Second year kohlrabies. And they started going into bloom, and I cut the tops off, and they started to flower out again with leaves. So, yeah, I've got leaves I can cut, or I cut them off at the. Little Debbie. There we go. I love those Little Debbies.
Colonel Shaw says he likes cauliflower and stuff too.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got radishes. I'm ready to pull my radishes and start planting some more.
Yep.
Just got them in a couple little pots. They grow in little pots. My kohlrabi's growing in a pot. I've got uh, I've got peppermint growing in a pot, a big pot.
There you go. It's still really good here tonight.
Love the peppermint. Use it for all kinds of stuff.
Dude.
I just ate a big old fat carrot.
I fried up green beans tonight, olive oil and Italian seasoning, garlic.
I planted most of my stuff a little late in the year, so my tomatoes are not coming out yet. I mean, I've got some green ones that are starting.
Yeah, it says it's 72 degrees, but it's 92% humidity.
Wow.
Yeah. Crazy.
I thought you guys didn't have all that humidity in the Ozarks.
Oh, no, we got all the humidity here.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yeah. We're up in the clouds, brother. Yep. Yeah, it's all.
Oh wow, Colonel Shaw, you couldn't use manure, huh? They don't want nitrogen in the soil, from what I hear over there.
Hey, Colonel Shaw. Huckleberry says she's got big tomatoes. Colonel Shaw, fish emulsion, beer, and Dawn dish detergent. The non antibiotic, none of that antibiotic stuff in it or nothing like that. Just the straight up original Dawn dish detergent, eggshells, and tea. And you don't need anything else. Maybe some rabbit manure.
Yep, that's
Yep.
I've been doing the eggshells and tea and coffee actually,
Yep. Excellent. Excellent.
and Dawn detergent and fish emulsion. Didn't do the beer though.
Oh.
If I do beer, I'm gonna drink it before it gets mixed in there. So
Oh, the haters love it.
yeah, I
Mate.
know. Yeah, and I do too.
Right. Yep. They love it. And it makes them so big. I'm just like, wow. Now, this Monday coming up, I'm going to reset my tea bags, unused tea bags, and I'm going to set down at the base of each of the plants again and run eggshells and yeah, yeah, buddy.
So
That's
I
good.
want to know about news coming out of the Netherlands. I'm pretty curious about Netherlands, about the news. A lot of things shaking over there, from what I hear. No news. Maybe no news is good news.
Sing. Right. Oh, shit. Oh, but I tell you, I got to get up early in the morning, so I won't be staying on long.
Yeah, me neither. Enough, enough battery life.
I think I have, Bruce. I think I have heard of Jerry Baker.
I got a chorus of crickets out here.
I hear that. Don says he's been humping solar panels all day. Good deal. Not in the good way.
Oh yeah, about that solar car. That reminds me.
Right? I saw that.
Yeah, it's a solar car. You can either plug it in or just let it charge. Well, that is a doable idea because you can park it, especially out where Dawn lives, and never have to plug it in and charge it. Park it. He's got so much sun over there.
Right.
And it says it will go I think he said 360 miles on a charge, on a full charge. It's an electric car.
Right.
Uh,
What was it? The Solar Light?
huh?
What was it called? Solar Light or something like that?
I don't remember now. It was something like Lightyear or some kind of weird thing. I don't know what the sticker price would be on it, but it was just way cool. I could see having that.
Yeah, the Lightyear solar plus electric car that can drive over 300 miles and charge itself by solar.
Right. So, the idea is getting broke down or, running out of fuel or whatever on a, unexpectedly running out of electricity unexpectedly and then being stuck somewhere, in a storm or whatever. Not be that was the issue I was thinking about, electric cars. But if it had solar panels, that wouldn't be as big of an issue.
True.
Because you could just park it and let it charge. Huh?
I was going to ask Smouse, how you doing? Did you do some more gardening today?
Hey, Mr. Smouse. Yeah, but imagine having solar panels built into the vehicle. That's what this Lightyear vehicle is all about. It's got solar panels built into the body of it.
No, but guess what happened? A company saw my product review on the Grow Bag and they sent me 20 more bags for free.
Yeah, that's what you said the other night. Yeah, now you got to put them to use. Now you got to go out, dig up some dirt, put some dirt in them, some seeds on it, and water those damn things. Yeah, just make a mess, like I said.
Hello, Florida. Florida's trying to come in, it looks like.
Yeah, Bruce says he's gotten 10.25 inches of rain since last Sunday. So it's been very wet down there.
Florida, where are you?
That's why I was. Go ahead.
That's what she said.
Right. Well, that's why I was asking if you did some more, because I knew you had gotten those. And I was like, I wondered if you had done some more planting. Yeah, Florida's having problems getting on. Oh man, alive.
How long do carrots take?
Carrots? I think 45 days. You definitely got time for carrots, radishes, beets. You can do beets. Beets are 60 days. You got time for that. Stuff like that. Yeah, you could do all kinds of things, dude. Potatoes. You can do more potatoes. There he is. We got image on him now. Now your mic is muted.
This freaking fan's so loud here.
How you doing, Florida?
Loving it, brother. Hanging in there and loving it.
Did you touch some soap?
No.
You sure about that? Your face looks awful clean.
I shaved, but ain't no soap touch this face, man. Not in this millennium. Guarantee you that.
That's what I was asking.
I would bet money on that.
Uncle Barry says hello. Everybody, Colonel Shaw says hello. Zoom
All
says
right, cool. All right. How's my audio now?
it sounds good. Singularity says peace, brother.
Yes. Yes, man. Man. Feel like I had to work to get here.
Yep, fire in the motherfucking bowl. It's time to fire in the bowl. Singularity says, hey, all you Twitch people.
You know,
He's over.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if my mom would like me talking about her like that. And her Tupperware bowls.
Oh, well, you know.
She'll say, can't you just blaze the shit or something?
What she don't know won't hurt her.
Yeah. Actually, she doesn't mind cussing, you know, because she's kind of mean too. She's from Turkey. And when people at Walmart, when they stop her, well, they don't stop her no more.
Right.
They don't stop her no more.
But
Me and out over here.
you have to get on that plant in there right away, Zach. All right. You
Yeah,
need to
Zach, come on back.
get started on that.
Here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wild Billy, man. You got to keep in touch, brother.
Yeah. Zoom's asking for your YT channel. He wants a link.
Okay, it's I changed the name. It's called Florida Exploder.
I might have it.
FORDA. It's spelled different. It's spelled weird, but I hate to be aggravating.
Yeah, I don't have it anymore.
Zoom. Yeah,
I
I
know.
changed it. Yeah, I changed the name, but like Don T, I tried to find Singularity. I couldn't find him. Couldn't find Don T. It's just hard. I've been posting shit on YouTube.
Now I know I'm subscribed to your new channel, but I don't have a link to it in my
Okay.
favorites.
Well, it's the same channel. I just changed the name.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Let me see.
But like I
Say what? I think you froze
so
up.
glad I did that.
Oh, there he is. Florida. Oh, okay. It's not Florida.
So glad I did that.
Yeah, I got your link here. I'll get that in there for you.
I got just about every blemish out of that. Oh shit.
That's Florida's YouTube page. Fire in the bowl. Hey, Anarchy Television, how you doing?
Hey, let go of that.
So,
My
so the aliens leaving you alone there, Florida? Oh, he just hit the wrong button. Where'd Bill go? Oh, he just up and dropped out.
In chat, Wild Bill, did you get rain today? It rained hard for 35 minutes here this afternoon.
Oh, wow. Well, I know we're supposed to get weather. We're supposed to be getting some rain. Sunday, Monday. We're supposed to be getting rain here. There you are. You're back.
I hope I get a good signal, brother. I think that's what it is here. Yeah. How dare you say so? You should know better than that, man. You can have it. Thank you.
One day he'll be a star, Don T said.
Well, I'm getting a bad signal. You know what? Let me tether my laptop, okay?
All right.
Because I'll give me about a couple hours here, man. I'll plug this shit in here.
Well,
Well, that's okay. Ain't it? I can't hear Zach. I can't see him either.
well, he's there, all trimmed his head up and shaved his head and all that. Yeah. No, he ain't looking like a hippie no more. Yeah, he ain't looking like a hippie no more.
You ain't got to clean yourself up.
Yeah.
And I just re-upped today, man. Oh, that's a good feeling. I'll be right back here.
Decided to shave this afternoon.
Oh yeah, did you do that?
What's that?
My sister.
Okay. What'd she do? Put your head in a vice and then ran. She had tie you down. Oh, damn it. Right. You tied your head to a chair so she could get you. Right.
All right, I'll be right back.
What's wrong with what you are?
I'll stay. I mean, I can't see nothing, but
Okay, refresh.
okay, hold on. Now I'm gonna tether.
All right. Sing, Dante, will you guys get up here? Good Lord. Yeah. Oh man, I took some pictures today with my what I was there we go. I'll show you this. Yeah, let's see if I get that. There we go. Here's one of the vegetable trays. All the cucumbers and some peppers and some zucchini. That's one of the trays I'm taking to the market tomorrow morning. And there's the other one right there. It's all the cherry tomatoes, Roma tomatoes, regular tomatoes, green beans. I got about 4 pounds of green beans and I'd say about 7 or 8 pounds of okra. That's what's there on the one side there. Yeah. There we go. And that's, I also have to pick out eggs. I got about 6 cartons of eggs. And I'm going to take some rabbits to the market with me tomorrow, too. Yeah. I'm hoping for a good day. Yes, sir. Oh. Well, what in the world? Huck's always naked. Right. But yeah, no, I tell you what, man. I got 3 wheelbarrows full of cut wood disseminated. That all clean. Got a bunch of that stuff cleaned up. 3 wheelbarrows full of cut wood. And that's just the trash wood off of the pallets. I have to cut it down into in a burnable so we can stick it in the fire pits and stuff like that. Just using as kindling, right? But I got 3 wheelbarrows full of it so far. I got another couple wheelbarrows to fill up, but I got to pull weeds to get to it because the weeds all went nuts too. I've been growing a garden, but the weeds are just huge. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna have to clear out jungle. I have to get out a machete and clear the damn work areas because the weeds grew up so fast. It ain't even funny. It's crazy. Wow, Bill, you ain't wearing no damn kilt. I put money on it. I got a quarter right here. I got about $1 worth of change. I put $1 on it.
Are you talking to me Singularity or Zoom?
What's up, guys?
Oh, there's Sing. Thanks. Hey, rock on in, brother.
I put in 14 hours today.
I am not airing the tires. I don't need no damn Yeti.
Mrs. Yeti.
Yeah.
Huckleberry's getting naughty at chat there. Do you see that?
I'm like, hey Hawk, how you doing? Hawks is in chat. Yeah, no shit, man. Let me do this here. Good grief. There you go. There's the link. Come on up. But yeah, no shit, man. I'm just, I'm just loving this stuff, man. The garden's producing so fast and so much. I've got to pick it every other day. Otherwise, stuff. Yeah.
I saw the pictures you texted today. Pretty good harvest for a day.
Well, that's over. That's since Tuesday, or well, Wednesday. I harvested Wednesday, and then I picked today again, and I picked as much today as I did Wednesday.
Nice. At
So-
first, I thought those were dehydrator racks, but they're produce racks.
Right, they're produce racks. They're actually they're bread racks, bread trays.
Oh, right.
They came off of
Right.
a bread truck, and they go in those racks, and they hold all the bread, yada yada.
Yeah, I like that idea.
But it works out great for the veggies and the eggs, and I can stack them all in my car and get everything in there without a hassle, and stack them all up, except for the ones that with the planter tubs in there.
Right.
But yeah, I can get them all in there and then turn around and like that.
Shaw, let me know how Saturday turns out, if I should just sleep through it or not. he's at Saturday morning already, so
Right, he's in tomorrow morning.
if it turns out, let us all know. If it turns out bad,
Right.
you ever seen those screw tile log splitters? Those screw style log splitters.
Yes, I have.
I was in at work and had some of got like my beam and stuff like that, put it in the shop this morning. I was gonna just use their welder at work over the weekend and build it. And my boss comes to me, he's like, you've helped me out a lot. He's like, I've got a log splitter that you might like. And he had one of those on a trailer and everything, and he even has a brand new spare head for it. It got the nice gearbox and everything.
Oh, really?
Yep. So it's like, well, heck,
Well, there you go.
right? How's Zach doing? Awesome. Who just hopped in?
Don T.
Oh, okay.
Hey, is this thing on?
Yes, it is.
Does it sound good or muted?
Good.
Sounds good.
Okay.
You charged your headphones.
I did. I need to make sure that I've selected the right headphones now.
You got pictures? You got pictures of 10?
Of the 10
Oh,
panels,
10.
you mean? No, I don't. I'm sorry. I'll get you something tomorrow. I promise.
Huckleberry's in chat. You got to watch that talk, Emerald. Don't say, do you have pictures?
Yeah. He's on for all full video. That's what he wants.
You really do need to get video of Huckleberry's taters and maters. So.
I logged in and I was finishing up a game. I was watching that, and the conversation went on for like 10 minutes about these taters and maters. I'm like, aha, I'm missing out. It was good today, Zach. Unfortunately, they found out I can turn a wrench a little bit, so I had to work on the shifters on a couple trucks, replacing those friggin' rubber bushings. God, those things are a nightmare.
Did you get extra pay for that?
No, but the other guy, the other truck driver, is like, he told the main guy, he's like, you realize that the mechanics get like $60 to $70 an hour, right?
Right.
It just flat out told him.
If they're on site, they're getting $100.
Right.
Oh no, if they're on site, they're getting $100. No.
Oh yeah.
Minimum.
Yep. Oh, we
They
saved him so much money.
They charge $80 just to show up there.
But dude, I've gotten so much like free topsoil, free rock, free, anything I want, I can just go get it. So I mean it works out in the long run.
Okay. Yeah.
Most of that's from what because a lot of times because the only reason I'm there right now is trying to help them stay afloat because they can't find truck drivers. If I wasn't there, it'd be just the one other guy. For the longest time, I was the only person there, and I was trying to keep it part-time so I could do my thing. But now that I'm not doing construction, I'm helping them out a little bit more, try to keep them afloat. Yeah.
Well, you pull it in the shop, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
he's got one of those big old evaporative coolers that goes in the garage door and blows cool air in. So.
Okay. Yeah. Swamp cooler. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. They're badass, dude. I tell you what, they are badass.
That thing sounds like a friggin' like a jet turbine when it's going. I mean, it's crazy.
But that wind is what makes it cool.
Yeah. Yep.
There's a couple ways to do that.
In Florida.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I actually prefer a swamp cooler because where I'm at, it's dry. It's really dry. So that swamp cooler actually adds moisture to the air. I've got air conditioners because I put the standard drywall up, and standard drywall and the high moisture content swamp coolers don't get along.
No, they'll have wet paper and you'll never get the paint to stick.
Exactly. And after time, after 5 to 10 years, you could end up with mold. So it's a tricky thing.
Plus you need just some moisture barriers.
Right. Well, and next time I redo anything, I'm putting all the green board up with that built-in, the green board drywall with the built-in moisture barriers in it. It's only like $1.25 more a sheet. So I mean,
that's not bad.
No.
Yeah, we see that there. Got
he got his wax.
He's got his booger. Is it heated up yet?
Oh yeah.
But we're already getting down to 50-degree nights here. How are your guys' nights?
Well, we're sitting up around 70 at night.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're getting down to around 100.
Holy cow.
You in that fucking 100. Dude, put your picture. You look red.
Is all we have to do here is open our windows, turn the fans on, put them in the window. I could put a box fan in a couple windows. By morning, the inside of my house will be 55 degrees.
Right. Then you close all the windows and go to work. And it stays cool all day.
That's what I got right there. No AC.
I have a 5-ton air conditioner unit that runs 24/7, 365.
Nice.
And cost me a testicle to feed.
You look like you're under a red light.
Let me show you this.
Really?
You got a definite red hue.
Room light is all it is. It could be the background.
Whoa. The Matrix.
Maybe.
Hi, Nightingale.
Look at there. You can see all the way down my hallway or my house.
Nightingale, hey, how are
You
you?
can see all the way down my house, can't you?
Welcome in, Nightingale.
No, but I can see down your shirt.
That's the wall of my trailer right there.
It's my whore light. Yes,
Put
because I'm a pervert. Yeah,
on the red light.
it's all my. It's my slutty light. I need to have like a fucking. Yeah, I know. I just wait. I'll find the background for that.
Hey, is that your Cheetos flavored light, your Cheeto filter?
What's up, Jason?
Hey,
Yeah,
my
the Cheeto filter.
Oh no, John T. I
I've
forgot
grabbed
to
the
tell
bulb way too many times with my Cheeto fingers.
you.
As long as they're not the hot Cheetos, because that hurts.
You gotta put your stint in it. You gotta put your stint in it. You get you some blood running through it. Round about. It'll bring it back to life.
Are you serious? You're getting down to 100 degrees at night? Or are you just being sarcastic?
Me?
Dawn was getting down to 100 degrees. They might be there because it
Oh,
stays.
no, I bet you it's 100 degrees out there. I bet you it is.
So
man.
this week has been between 104 and 109
Oh,
during the day.
Right?
And it gets down to 81, 85. Let me check it out. Let me see what it got down to last night. Hold the phone here. Stand by.
AZ infidel.
AZ. See, if it were that hot here, I would be running the air conditioner constantly too.
What's up,
Well,
Ace?
I mean, I try to acclimate a little bit, but my wife is Canadian.
Look.
And if I need to explain that to you, then you really
Nope.
won't ever understand.
I
Okay,
fully
it's 89,
understand.
It's 9 p.m. and it's 89 degrees here.
If you're used to cold climates and if it's hot, you will not sleep and you will not get comfortable. Even during the winter here, I've got in the living room, I can have it warm, but my bedroom's got to be cool.
Right.
All you
Well-
need is a fan blowing and like a sheet to catch the air around your legs, man, and you'll be fine.
I've lived in humidity most of my adult life, most of my life. I mean, I'm born
It
and raised
sucks.
on the East Coast, and humidity blows chunks.
Yeah.
It does. But, again, I've lived the 95 degrees and 95% humidity where it's almost raining. It should be raining, as a matter of fact. You can feel the fucking sweat. It's like a chainsaw when you step out into it.
Yep.
It's like walking through water, is what I call it.
On the other hand,
You
on
walk
the
through
other
water.
hand, yeah. Nevada has a fucking. I guess maybe you've never put your face down in a 475-degree oven and opened a door. That's kind of the way it feels when you walk outside. It's just like a smack to the face of hot.
Of hot.
It's not humid. It's just hot, like blast furnace hot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like oven hot. Like dry,
Tell me
right
if
up
my
in
hair
your
looks wet.
face. 2 inches from the surface of the sun, hot.
Does it look wet?
So I mean, it's different. Each
I
one's
was-
different.
When I was driving over the road, I occasionally had to go across Highway 40, and I'd end up in Death Valley. And I decided one time to pull into the parking lot in there and just check out the Welcome Center. When I pulled away, I was I was pulling asphalt because it was melting under my truck. I was
Yeah, I
like,
get
"You
it.
kidding? This is so hot." I was throwing rocks for the next 20 miles. Little gravel
I
black.
hate that, especially when it's newer asphalt and you're driving over it. You got a little weight and you're pushing out the oils and your tires are sticking to it. And
Well, at 120 degrees, brother. Every asphalt driveway is brand new at that point. It's been remelted.
You're right. You're right. They've closed. We checked today. They've closed Death Valley again
It's wet, man.
Did they?
because of the monsoons. The rains are coming through there and washing shit out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's
That's
so
dangerous
sweat.
out there. Albuquerque, too. Albuquerque's
What do you-
bad
what
about
is-
that.
What is Florida showing us? You get a new tat or something, or you got a rash that
No.
we should know about, or what's up?
Tell me if my hair
You
looks
got
wet.
hair in a place that you're sweating. Okay, we see you're sweating
That's not
Fucking
from
hot.
soap.
with
Not from
humidity. Yeah, we get that. I can only spend 15 minutes out in the middle of it during the day because the fucking direct radiating heat. And I'd be honest with you, until I moved out here, I didn't really understand that whole radiant heat thing. But when you walk outside and the top of your head feels like there's a fucking easy bake oven mounted up there, and you walk around with that shit, then you know what radiant heat is now.
and even your feet are cooking because if you're walking on that sand, it's kicking all that heat back up instead of absorbing it. So yeah,
There's a reason those Arabs wear those fluffy white towels on their head.
It is a fact, yes, sir.
Dude,
Yes.
they wear fluffy white towels over their whole body.
That's true. That's true. And they can walk through the desert without being hot.
Yeah,
On a camel.
It's absolutely
No way.
true. But it's not the end of the world. Again, I try to acclimate to it. I get up early in the morning. If I got something outside to do, which I generally do, I get it done by 9 a.m.
I woke
'Cause
up
after
out
that-
of weed.
I ain't even going outside. Hat. Yes,
You
ma'am.
didn't need one of those
Absolutely
gunny
a hat.
Yeah, you need a gunny head.
I got a swamp hat. You're right. I got a swamp hat. What is it? A Vietnam boondock hat.
Yeah, yeah.
But right now, my favorite is a MAGA hat.
Well, you need to be a white one. Is what I'm saying. You need a white hat.
I need a white MAGA hat. You're right. But right now, this is what I'm styling and profiling right now.
Yeah, that's gonna get 200 degrees in no time.
Oh yeah, it does. It gets 200 degrees and sweats like a fucking
Yeah.
like a stuck pig. But that's okay.
Dude, I made
It
some
works for me.
money off
Again, I
that.
don't spend no time out in it, brother. I don't do it. I am not Mr. Manual Labor.
Well, that's
I
why.
had this discussion with Bill the other day, and even you saying I am not Mr. Man. I do a little bit of manual labor at a time,
Right.
5-10 minutes maybe outside, and then I'm back inside sucking down the fluids.
You work smart, not hard.
Well, I try to, but I'm not.
To acclimate. Those kind of temperatures you have to acclimate to. I mean, you really do. You have to just. So you go out until you get sweaty and exhausted, and then you get back inside and you cool down and dry off, and then you go back outside and do it again. And little by little,
You're right.
you'll build up
Mine
tolerances
was
to
this
it.
month.
I go through about 3 gallons of water a day too. Just inhaling the water constantly.
Right, you have to because you're sweating it out.
Yeah.
Eat extra salt and sugar in your diet.
Hawk,
and
I could have went all night and not read that. I really wished, as a matter of fact, I would not have read that.
Yeah, I was avoiding. Yeah, I was avoiding thinking about that.
Oh no! Now if I got it, everybody's got to have it. Hawk, brother, we all know you're working naked now. That's a visual I could do without, but good luck and Godspeed.
Yeah.
Do you work with Huckleberry? Because we all know Huckleberry. That's her thing.
I bet he does.
As far as that helmet goes, the steel pipe, we used to take white T-shirts or beige T-shirts because we didn't allow us to have white ones. But we take the beige T-shirt and we'd put it over that helmet. It would help. The steel pots.
Dude,
Yeah.
sometimes just getting in the shade and a little breeze, just a little breeze, man.
There's not a lot of trees around here.
Oh, I've started trimming out sun leaves now, guys. I've got
Oh,
2.5 plants left to do. So I'm trimming out sun leaves off of them.
The only shade I got is one side of the building in the AM and the other side of the building in the PM.
Right? Yeah.
Where'd Nightingale go?
I hope she
She was
didn't
here.
leave. I hope she didn't leave due to Hawk's nakedness.
Got all embarrassed and
dude,
Yeah,
M&Ms, baby.
Nightingale
We love
doesn't get as
M&Ms.
Nightingale doesn't get as embarrassed as you think she does. She's
said she could
Yeah.
never make to that like that
Yeah,
1,000
she's in
degrees.
San Diego too. There's a lot of Navy there, so she probably tolerates a lot of crap from a lot
Right.
of people.
yeah.
What's up, Jason?
look at here. This cracker here been eating some freaking M&M, boys.
And I retreated once we started talking about red lights.
I started a new workout. It's called M&M's and kayaking.
She's here just chilling.
M&M's.
And this is when I run out. Them ain't that good. I don't really.
Oh, Bill, I always kept a this pack on when we were doing that kind of shit, and I'd always have one of those pocket bladders in one of the pockets on my, or two of the pockets actually on my. One had tea, one had water. Right, and I use those ice packs. I would take those ice packs because I was a medic, and we'd have a bunch of ice packs in the freezer all the time, little flat ones you could put under a bandage or something. And I'd put them inside the pockets and get them cooled down, and so they'd stay cold. Well, for a lot longer anyway.
I just carry these.
Oh, yeah?
You looking at me?
You say you got
What are those?
Halloween
What are
candy
those?
at the show?
What did you say? You just carry these? What are those? What are those?
There were M&Ms and Skittles and all kinds of weird candies.
Oh,
right here.
okay.
1 month.
You can't see it. Oh, peanut M&Ms.
But look at the size of them. Party size.
So you like a lot of chocolate
big.
then? Is that what you're telling us? I can
I
dig
should
it.
be fat as shit, but I've been.
Ooh, that
Working
reminds me.
No, it just means you got a tapeworm.
I've got a good workout for you guys. It's kind of like
I'm
a.
teasing.
Yeah, you got to pay for them nowadays. That bag used to be about $8. Now it's like 10, 11.
It's like a dual workout.
Exactly.
You can paddle for an hour and a half and then walk for a mile and a half.
Yeah,
I had some sweets before. I had a big old fat ding dong in my mouth before I got up on here. Huck. As a matter of fact, I had 2 ding dongs. I was double penetrated tonight by 2 ding dongs.
I'm leaving that one go. The kayaking rowing a boat is is really good upper body workout.
Yeah. It's time for pie.
It's a she. Her name is Charlie's.
Stick my tongue in a pie.
She's a hunter now. She hunts. Everything. Eats it.
Oh yeah.
I feel bad.
Oh, I got some cranberry muffins in the cabinet. Yeah, forgot about those. Mm. Mm-mm-mm.
Dude, that is a good kitty too, man. She's pretty bad, man.
Yes, they are, Huck. 2 ding dongs are always better than 1.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm.
Oh, well, speaking of little baby,
See, even Nightingale agrees. 2 ding dong better than 1. I'm guessing 9 out of 10 females surveyed say that 2 ding dongs is better than 1.
Mm.
that's the only thing I got. It's a little Debbie.
Hmm.
Right there. Some kind of a chocolate.
Dude, those things are indefinite.
I don't really eat that stuff. I don't eat junk food. I eat like
They don't decay. I had put some in a tin a couple of years ago and put it on the shelf and forgot they were in there. I just about a month ago, I opened it up and I was like, holy shit, these are the little Debbie fudge cake things. They were good as the day I bought them.
marinated. That's all it was, marinated.
Mm. Mm,
Yeah,
mm,
Hawk, my wife is a ding dong enabler. I mean,
Shut up. Mm.
Oh. You know, I think that might be CTE, Don. I mean, me.
Well,
I'm
that-
sure I am sure you're right about that. But Huckleberry wanted to know, and I think Nightingale wanted to know also. So that's cool.
he's buying them for you, right, Don?
Yeah. Like I said, I'm a double ding dong kind of guy. What can I say?
when
It was a
you
double
use
ding dong day.
I don't really drink these too much, but they're good to have.
It's a double ding dong kind of day here, Don.
I have those all the time. Excuse me.
I've been practicing throwing this.
Oh yeah.
The only question is, should I knock it back with another cup of coffee? I mean, it is 9:30, right?
Hey, I wanted to show you this.
I don't know how to throw it. I wish somebody could tell me.
I
What are
actually
you looking at? Holy fuck! What do you got there, G? What are you pulling, a Molly Hatchet kind of thing, or
this is my rabbit color.
rabbit color or killer?
Well, yeah, yeah. I usually do it with a pellet rifle. I usually kill them with a pellet rifle, but this will take care of the feet and the tail and the head real quick.
Smooth, man.
Hey, Wilderness, watch it not wearing that kilt and sitting on a leather chair. Your stuff might stick to the leather. I have that problem.
That's a danger. The towel down
That is a
first,
danger. Yeah. Watch yourself there.
especially if you sit there for a while and you cool off. All of a sudden, you get up.
Don't
And that's-
stand up fast. Pull something off. You know?
That's a stay on chair. But I like this here because it's got it's all full tang. all the way through. So it's real easy to keep it clean. I can
Okay.
sterilize this and I can clean this
How
up.
hard is it? Does it stay sharp?
Oh yeah, this
That's
thing
always
is
been the problem with me and axes.
well. This was
Balls on leather.
this is
Yeah.
tool steel. This is full on tool steel, and it's been acid dipped and etched. It's got a wharf on it.
In Canada, my buddy called that BSOL.
This one
Ball
is-
sack on leg.
I etched this one with my finger like this.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's got a nice etching in it there.
Yeah, it's got a wharf.
Nice.
But yeah, she's and it's sharp as shit. I can run a stone over it, but it's not necessary that it's that sharp.
Hey, Don T, I forgot to tell you last week.
What did I do?
But a couple of points of information. I would go with Aspen and the Cadillacs are like, I don't know if they're the middle ones or like the 3/4 ones, but get you a set of the Cadillacs and watch them when they use their tools. And you'll see. But that's what Aspen done. And you'll be looking way uglier than me. Way uglier than me.
Dude, I am already way uglier than you. So I'm just,
Dude, I cannot even see you. Hold on. Dude, all I see
But
is
I got-
Facebook
I got-
bouncing off.
look at, I got bumps on my head that are uglier than you. Okay? So just, I don't even, nah.
Hey, can you turn the red light off?
Yeah, you just did.
Oh yeah, that's way better.
Roxanne, you don't have to put on the red light. Those
Somebody
days
stay
are
right there.
over.
You tell me who it is. I'm gonna go kick their ass.
You don't have to sell your body to the night. Roxanne.
Sorry I was quiet. I just munched down a bowl of goldfish. And I have to jump down. Have a great night, brothers.
Yeah, you munched on. They were good. They were CBD goldfish, huh? Yeah. Doing well, Patriot. You have a good one.
Later, man. Later.
So,
Yeah. Well, I use this.
yeah,
This is sharp right here.
yeah. Okay, but that's more of a tool. Seriously,
Yeah, like for
this is more of a weapon. The way it's set up. Yeah.
I don't know. I think I
Ray
could throw this
C
thing
is
farther
in
than
the
that thing.
motherfucking house.
Ray C. And fire
Ray.
in the bowl. Oh, yeah. Brought to you by SausageGravyBiscuitFarms.com.
I hope Zach heard me, man. Whoever skinned his head up like that.
Yeah, I know. I
Yeah.
shouldn't do that. I think my router may be going out. What, are you having a problem connecting, or Sing's having some problems getting connected? It looks like.
Right, that'll get the live stream taken down. Showing his moobs.
How's my sound over there?
You sound great.
Okay, just curious.
Can I be like a non-binary and show my boobs?
I don't know where to talk to.
You know what?
My microphone's here.
I have no idea. I didn't want to think about that. I gotta get that.
I did a video about that, Don. My coffee maker. Nobody asked it what it identified as.
I know, right?
I had
Did
a
it say
coffee.
Mr. Coffee?
Go ahead, John.
I mean, no, Mr. Coffee. So
Says
is
Mr.
Mr.
Coffee.
Coffee an actually Mr. Coffee, or is that a Mrs. Coffee? Is that a possibly non-binary coffee? Is that an espresso? Maybe it's a non-latte mocha. I'm just saying it could be something completely different that's not Mr. Or maybe Mister's liking a little bit of flavor in his, little salsa, a little Cuba, a little, little bit of, I don't know. I'm just saying there's a whole lot of, remember there's 72 different fucking genders now. So you just gotta.
When
Well,
you
anyway.
press it between your butt cheeks.
No, and I even got a marketing thing for them. Mr. Coffee's got to make Mrs. Coffee, but it's got to be pink and it's got to be or maroon, and it's got to be twice the price.
Let me steam press you some with my cheeks real quick.
But they still got to make the Mr. Coffee because
Yeah, I'm gonna. You ever had fresh pressed beans? I'm being stupid. I wish I could mute my thing, but I don't know which button I can touch without messing it up. That makes sense. Turn that down.
hey, we had light poles in the front yard when I was a kid. Everybody in the neighborhood had them. Well, one morning it was freezing. It was still maybe 5 degrees outside. And one of the kids in the neighborhood bet another idiot. I gave him $1 to lick the post. And the kid did it. And the bus came and he was still stuck to that fucking light pole when the bus pulled away.
Golly, man. Dude, I stole some mail one time on the way to school, like 4th grade. And then they caught me and I told them somebody threw a rock at me. So they were like, oh, will you point him out? So I said, sure. Got to the last classroom, I was like, shit, I went to jail, man. State trooper come pick me up. Some kids lied. They said I shot him with a BB gun. And I said, no, that was a lie. Boy, my dad whooped my ass.
That wasn't Twitch. That was not well, it was a different platform that took us down off of it though. Which one was it? It wasn't DLive. But it was owned by Microsoft and they shut down. But I remember that too. They banned us because they gave us a strike or whatever because
Jack
taking off his shirt.
has a heat wave. was a ring of fire in Australia.
We didn't think there was anything wrong. We were talking about bombs and all the shit we wasn't supposed to talk about. And they took us down because he showed his skin. He took off his shirt. And I was like, wait a minute. He's a guy. This ain't a thing. But obviously it was.
Right. I mean, dude.
That wasn't Twitch or YouTube, though.
Oh, yeah, no. See, back then, though, they'd take you to jail and just let you go. And if you were real bad, they'd beat your ass and didn't let you go. Yeah, I did. True story. Yep. True story.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to go here in just a little bit.
Oh, man, come on, man. Somebody come back.
Well, it's not so much that I want to.
Well,
Mine's a solar power issue.
oh,
And Sing, come on up here, save me.
yeah, I'd like to talk to the chat, but I got to do something different here to think.
Right? I remember that too.
Oh, yeah, I could start a stream, but y'all ain't ready to hear me run my mouth. That's it. Y'all ain't ready to hear me. Maybe about 3 o'clock. 3:30.
Okay.
Around here, when it's the witching hour, it goes.
A pallet of 20. AZ's hooking it up. Rock on.
Yeah, Sing, come on back, man.
How many 20 of them set you back, bro?
Let's see what this does. Is that any better?
Yeah, I'm here. And those are 240s or 250s.
Don T, man. Come on, Don T.
Where'd you go, Don? Come back.
Didn't he say he's gonna go bang his old lady?
No.
I know.
850? Wow. For 20 of them? That's not bad at all. Shit. That's $42 a piece. $42.50.
Wish I had a cigarette, man.
Right. Yeah, I hear you, Zoom. Yeah, 240 Yeah.
Hey,
Kick
see,
ass,
man,
dude. No tax. Good deal. That's cool. That's cool, Zoom. Ah. All right, Nightingale. Doing well, Patriot.
No, man, don't leave me, man. Come on, man.
Nightingale's gone. Good night, Nightingale.
Hey, I'll fire it up and go live if y'all want to. You can sit down, stand up, lurk, not lurk, listen, not listen, mute. You know.
Right. Well, I'll take a video tomorrow of the garden. I'm gonna be taking a video. I will take a video of the tables before I start when I start the sale. I
Your
set up.
pallet table?
I'm setting up a stand out in town there.
Oh yeah, dude. Good luck, man. I hope you make some mucho dinero, brother.
Well, I made $65 last week. You know,
I would complain about that. I'm gonna take some. I like to call it. Oh, I finished some clear coat.
I got a guy supposed to be coming tomorrow for rabbits. So we'll see.
Remember how I could never find any? They're everywhere. They're everywhere, man. Oh, Sing's coming back.
Yeah, Singh said he's trying to come back on.
He might be backstage.
He's trying to restart his network so he can.
Oh.
He'll be back in just a little bit. I just hope my power lasts out.
I'm gonna tell you, this is about the most important thing I have. It's electricity, and that setup right there sounds good too, man. And right there, and that sub that this cat's laying on, boy, it will shake the house. It sounds pretty good. I like that. So. I guess I am addicted to power. You know how much my electric bill was? $32. $32. and that's because it went up. They added that shit on it.
Right.
Yep. It wouldn't even be that.
So, how long before you have them up there and functional there, AZ?
Man, Sing, I had that same issue last weekend, man. Same issue. Dude, I'll go live if y'all want to come over there. It'll be on this.
No, I was reading chat. I was waiting for AZ. AZ, come on. Grab a link. Come on up, bud.
Yeah, I'm with AZ, man. Bring it. Let's go. I want to see who's going to make it out of here. That's what I want to see. Bring it. Let's see who. Let's see who can get me. Let's take turns.
A month or so. Oh, geez.
Yeah, they might come through the door, but I don't think they're gonna make it back out. Weather like in October, pretty good, man. It's like really good, actually, perfect. October is the times that now that's when, like, you don't have to, have these fans on and shit. Like, here, I'll do this.
What's up,
I'm
Zane?
not guaranteeing how long this will last, but we'll see how it goes.
Well, I know I'm hanging by thread anyway, so it's just
Yeah,
a
I
matter.
don't know what's going on.
Well,
It did it like 2 or 3 times to me last night when Don and I were talking.
We had a good sunny day, but I'm not sure. There's Canoes.
How'd your doctor go? Sing?
Hey,
Did he prescribe you some CBD?
No,
what's up?
actually, my chiropractor told me to do CBD. Actually, I've been taking CBD for a couple of years now.
Oh, now, what'd you say?
Yeah, CBD. Actually, I'm a firm believer in CBD.
Yeah,
You know, I don't think I've ever had it.
dude, it was
It's-
huge. It was a huge benefit for me after I had my appendix surgery. Yep.
It's a good
I know I ain't
natural.
never bought it out of the store. 'Cause
If you've got aches and pains, and whether it's muscles, joints, whatever, it takes down the inflammation. It works good. How's it going, Canoe?
I don't know if I could recommend it to anybody who never had it.
What's up, my brother?
Well,
How you doing?
Yeah, same old, same old.
So Monday coming up, you said you started?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I can.
Okay.
I can. Yep. I can hear
yeah,
news,
I
Emerald, anything. I hear everybody.
started today. I went in and worked a shift. Just a reorientation catch up day.
Mhm.
Like shadowed the cook and got to see, what their routine is now for the food service. So it's pretty much what I expected. Everything I already know how to do. So
Right. Rock on.
yeah, Monday I'm, starting, for real.
Badass.
It'll be Monday to Friday, 6 to noon.
Huckleberry. See, I told you Huckleberry has a naughty side.
He just dropped off. But yeah,
man. It is freaking hot here.
at least I got 2 full trays of veggies to take up to the market tomorrow.
Sweet.
Did you see them, Canoes?
You know what I do to
Now,
veggies?
did you post a video today?
No. I'll post a video in the morning of the
We lost
setup.
sync.
I'll take a video with the trays in it and stuff, with all the stuff I lay out for my setup.
We lost Sing over here.
He'll be back. Hey, there's Hawk.
I had to eat my dinner first.
Yeah.
Too much.
You ready?
Huh? I made chicken and French fries.
I had beer roasted chicken and baked potatoes and fried green beans.
There you go.
Oh, I had a steak burrito with onions and cheese and
Yeah. Yeah, it was good. Fresh picked out the garden. Green beans fried up in like a stir fry with olive oil, Italian seasonings.
So I need to make a comment in regards to the gentleman who said that he was in a kilt before.
Oh, that would be.
Just because you got your wife's plaid skirt on doesn't mean that it's a kilt.
No,
You can make
no.
believe it is, but it is not.
No.
Yeah.
He said he was not
Oh,
wearing
shit.
his kilt. He said he was not wearing his kilt. Anyways.
That would have been Wild Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, he talks about that. That's fucked up.
He said he was not wearing it.
Just needed to say that.
Yeah.
So, and what's up with Don? He started to mouth off about his wife, and then he threw himself offline.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get my punishment right now.
Hell yeah.
It's not. It just feels like it, Bill, because it's. You
Don't
feel.
like that
I mean, after, you got to get over it and then laugh about that shit. And then it's funny. If you can laugh about yourself, it's fucking hilarious, man.
So, Wiz, I'm gonna ask you,
All right.
how are the plants doing?
Actually, really good.
Okay.
I'm pulling sun leaves. We've got good, strong starts of the flowers,
Mm-hmm.
and I still got 2.5 plants to clear off the sun leaves. But the ones that I've already cleared are already starting to poof out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they will. You'll notice that they'll. You know, you take 5 leaves off, you're gonna have 15 new ones tomorrow.
Yeah.
But they're going to be feeder leaves that are coming in, not shade leaves. Shade leaves do not reproduce themselves after it goes into the flower cycle. So all the leaves that you produce now that you're producing bud are going to be feeder leaves and not they're not going to be shade leaves where you're going to have to, pluck. However, stripping them down at least once a week is not a bad idea, because then you're getting more food into the buds, to the areas that are necessary, and it allows your THC and CBD to develop better because the food is there, making it, a feasible thing. And see, he threw himself out of here. What the hell's going on with that?
He probably lost power.
Oh, he was having power issues. Thanks.
Yeah, I think I got about 2 hours left on this propane tank before I got to go out and change it. So, and frankly, honestly, it's I go through a lot less propane than I went through electricity on a monthly basis. So,
Wow.
And it's a hell of a lot cheaper. A hell of a lot cheaper.
I heard you could make a thermocoupler and use propane and make an air conditioner for. I mean, do they make those?
Well, you think about RVs. What do the refrigerators and ACs in RVs run on? Propane.
They
run on propane.
Right. I've never seen them. My buddy told me they use a thermocoupler, and that's about.
Yep. Well, that's what they do to the refrigerator that's in your camper, and that's what they do to the AC that's in there. It allows you to be able to produce that cool air, and keep your food cold. Yeah.
Okay, this was the question. You need to pump that to pump the pressure into that system. You don't need a lot of power afterwards, do you?
There is no power necessary. It's all generated by the CO2. So you don't have to plug your RV into anything. As long as it's hooked up to propane, your refrigerator is staying good.
Gotcha. Okay. Right.
It's
Okay.
just that if you're gonna use the stove in your camper, then you have to make sure that you have matches or a barbecue lighter to light the stove, because the electronic ignition or the electric spark is not going to work if there's no, if you're not plugged into the power.
Huh. Okay. Right. That's probably like a safety switch thing or something they got going on. I don't even know what they are. I don't even know what. But it seems pretty interesting.
Wilderness living, I'm sorry to hear that your state hasn't legalized cannabis. Hopefully it's going to be, within the next year. We should see almost every state in the country doing it. And the thing is once all the states pass it, at that point then the federal government is going to have to say, okay, we step back, we let the states decide, we're going to legalize it on a federal level, turn it to Schedule 2 instead of Schedule 1. Once that happens, they can never take it back to Schedule 1. Once they change it to Schedule 2, that's it.
I think they should treat it just like alcohol.
The thing we have to be careful with is the dabbing material, the shatter, the wax, whatever you want to call it. That's what
I would debate you on that.
Let me finish speaking this, okay? And this is the reason that I'm going to say this, okay? When you do a dab, you get high quick, okay? But it also goes away quick. But the concentration levels that are in your blood at that point are 5 to 10 times higher than if you had smoked a joint, and it is going to, a lot of people are going to find that these roadside testing that they're doing for the states that do have legalization, you have to be careful because with those high concentrated levels, you could, it'd be like blowing the absolute worst that you could ever blow for alcohol with the cannabis side of it and lose your license permanently, But frankly, I honestly, I don't think we should even be having to get driver's licenses unless we're commercial operators. You should not have to be doing all this shit with registering your vehicle, getting their license plates and all that other shit. As long as you're using it to go to the store, go to church, go to school, get back and forth to work, and you're not using it for commercial purposes, then you should be left the fuck alone. And whether that'll ever happen in our lifetime, I don't know. So what's going on with you, Canoes? How you been, man?
I disagree there. I think the potency could be a benefit because you're not smoking it, but it's potent, but it could be a benefit. And if you treat it like you would liquor, I think you could really get your body right with it. With different.
The thing is they use gases in order to make that. Okay.
Well, not everybody.
They're either using CO2 gas or they're using butane. Unless you got a press, where you can press your own. They're using a solvent, and in using that solvent, you cannot get rid of all of that solvent. So the long-term damage and the long-term effect that can happen to an individual's lungs, I've seen all the X-rays for popcorn lung and everything else. I mean, I've been in the business for going on 22 years now, 23 years.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
And I have patients who come into me and they're like, "Well, I can't smoke anymore," and then they show me the X-rays. Okay, I actually seen what popcorn lung looks like. Okay, And I say to them, okay, break it down for me. How did you get it? And they told me, I was doing dab after dab after dab after dab. What I didn't realize was I was using this torch to heat up my needle in order to get it to a certain temperature so that, it was a nice smooth hit and everything else. He says, but unfortunately, it heated the oil so much that it created the oil vapor, and that oil vapor clings on to the fibers inside your lung.
Wow.
Okay. Now, once the lung cools down after the heat's there, then that wax or shatter or whatever you're smoking begins to caramelize on your fibers. Then you go to cough and you crack it. You crack it. You can cause tears in your lungs by it. So you go ahead and do what you do, man. You go ahead and do what you do. But if a year from now, what I just described to you happens to you, don't come to me and say, man, I wish you hadn't told me about that because, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, canoes. I was asking you how you doing, man. How things going for you?
I restarted. Well, I'm back to work now. Today was my first day back.
I never seen that until 2017.
Same place, different position. So.
And not with your
excited
family,
about
right?
it, or are you kind of, I'm not so sure.
Well, I need the job. I am broke as fuck. So, I've been looking for work, and there's been nothing in my area, that will pay decently. And I haven't. I've been out of work since the end of January. So, having an income, yeah, I'm excited. And my new position, because I used to be the assistant manager for the store there, and I did everything there, and I really can't do that anymore because my back issues. I can't do any heavy lifting, so I came back now as the new cook. So all I got to do is work the kitchen and the deli, and there's not much heavy lifting involved with that. And I told them that, in case we get an order come in and, I need to move it into the freezer, or if I got to lift a really heavy pot of water, from the sink to the stove, I told them, I will ask somebody to help me, move it so I don't, throw my back out again.
Yeah.
And they said they were fine with that. So I'm like, okay, I'll be your new cook. So, and it's mostly, I already knew how to do most of it. So that's why I went in today to refamiliarize myself with all that stuff and see what's changed since, I've been out of there. And it's easy. It's not difficult at all.
Good pay, I hope.
Well, okay, I was making $11.50 an hour when I left. And when they talked wages with me, I told them, I'm like, yeah, I'm ready to come back at $12 an hour. And he hemmed and hawed about it. He's like, I'll start you back at 11. And if everything works good for the first month, we'll start giving you a regular raise schedule. So I'll be back.
I want it in writing. That's what I say. I want it in writing. Having that guarantee, that's it's like, at the end of 30 days, it's like, oh, we're just gonna go ahead and leave you at 11. No, I need a certain amount in order to meet my bills, and I shouldn't have to reduce my household living in order to accommodate the job. Kind of thing. It's it's like minimum wage here in Oregon. It's like for most things, especially cooking, you know, you're looking at a minimum of $13.50 an hour. You know,
That's hard work.
Yeah, the old cook, our original cook who had been there forever, she was making 13 an hour.
Mhm.
And the replacement, who today was her last day, I honestly don't know what she was making. I'd guess probably about, around $11.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can get by. I need to catch up on some bills, and then once I'm all square with that, I can start concentrating on some home improvement projects that I need to get done over here. Like I gotta get my furnace fixed. I gotta get a new hot water tank installed. I got some plumbing work that needs to be done.
That's what I got to do. Really, same shit. Right.
Yeah, by the time we get to the new location, I just found out. I'm so excited about it too. I get to take all 5 of my greenhouses with me.
Ah.
The new owners have decided that they're not going to use the greenhouses. They are going to build garage style buildings. So during the summertime, they can open up all the big doors and everything else. And they're going to, and with the tree coverage and the amount of rain that we get here, they don't want to take a chance in having plastic punctured or something like that, and having to deal with that in the middle of middle of rainstorms. So we're going to be, I'm going to disassemble the 115 foot by 35 foot. I'm going to start on that this week, start pulling that down. And then by the end of next week, I'll take the 4 25 by 40s down. And the thing is that those 25 by 40s, I'm going to end up turning those into 2 25 by 80s. So it'll be 2 long greenhouses and then 1 super long. And the big super long one is actually going to get attached onto the kennel. So the dog doors on the kennel are going to go into the greenhouse, which will have there'll be a 6-foot fence inside all along the edge. So that the dogs can't rip the plastic or bite at the plastic or anything. But it's going to allow the dogs to have that dry area, not frozen area, to run around all winter. During all seasons, and have a small sprinkler system in there to maintain that grass that's inside that greenhouse, and keep it cut properly and cleaned up. And the dogs will always have that 115 feet long, 35 feet wide. That's a lot of room to be able to run around and play, even during the worst weather, and it's going to be attached to the kennel. So they don't have the option of just free run of the 77 acres unless I open the outer doors and let them come out that way. Because once the elk are out there dropping calves, we're not going to want dogs running around out there with them.
Yep.
So we want those animals to be able to do what they do. There's all different types of machinery that you can buy to walk over the grass, and it'll pick up every bit of poop, that the dogs do, things like that. So, it's going to be an interior kind of resort area for the dogs, but it's going to be Hawk Shepherd Haven.
Oh, wow. Those are pretty.
Yeah. It's we've got, let's see, 9 adults and 17 babies.
Wow.
That's a handful.
Wow.
Yeah. We got 10 because of a female that we brought in that was from down in the fires in California. They came up here because there wasn't any fires going on, They went to a hotel. They got the hotel. They paid for the hotel room, and then all of a sudden, the hotel owners banging on their door saying, "You can't have them dogs in here. You can't have them dogs in here." The lady next door's got 2 little Shih Tzu dogs.
Yeah.
And
They don't tell
called,
the neighbors
you
that.
know, oh yeah, called in and said that that her dogs were scared to death because of those big monster German shepherds. The male, broken hip, can't even run and chase another dog if it wanted to. Was carried in, laid down on a dog bed in there to be able to heal up. And the female is a 3.5-year-old that very very tempered dog, doesn't bark. Even the manager's banging on the door. Neither one of the dogs are barking at the door or anything. This guy banging on his door. So both of them got brought out here, and no sooner did she get here, within 24 hours she started having her pups.
Wow.
So she had 10 of them. Yeah. So, but I don't let them in here with these dogs. These dogs know their space. They know their spots. And I'm not gonna put them in a position where they feel any aggression.
Try to do it on that.
Joe is illegitimate.
It's just a sketch, but trying to work out the.
Fire in the bowl.
I will not argue with that.
You never hear it. You never hear it. I haven't.
What? That he's illegitimate? I hear it all the time.
I haven't heard. Well, Dan Bongino has claimed that, but I haven't heard anybody else. Maybe they have. Maybe they have. He's a facade, man. Hey, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you, y'all. Man, I hate to do that. I hate to.
You all go.
Oh, hey, Florida. You might see some fireworks in the sky Monday night.
Lay down. Love you. Lay down.
Oh well, if it clears up.
NASA's,
Lay down.
yeah, if you got clear skies, NASA's going to put on a show
All the way down.
at the Cape.
All the way down. Come on. All the way down.
I've been the last 2 weeks. I've been hearing high altitude jets, man, both ways, gunning it. I mean,
Oh yeah, well, the Navy's out there training.
they've been booking it
Lay down. Both of you. Baron, you too.
with some turbines.
I'm going to turn off all the lights and say it's bedtime, and then you guys are going to have no choice.
Oh, I see. Wait, everybody. Oh, oh. My neighbor's dogs got loose, man, and I'm glad I called my buddy. And he got stuck in a fence.
And damn it, he was just getting ready to talk about his plans.
Yeah, he texted me he lost power.
He doesn't have a generator backup over there?
Well, he does, but he likes to conserve it for,
Winter time.
the house. Well, yeah, for the house and everything. Sometimes he'll use it and stay on for like a half hour, but he really likes to reserve that. He needs another battery, is what he's saying.
Huckleberry said goodnight, Canoes.
Oh yeah, I addressed that 10 minutes ago. Yeah, they're going to live stream that launch on Monday. It's going to be on. You can watch it either from NASA's website or the NASA YouTube channel. It'll be live. I think they have like a 2-hour launch window starting around 9 p.m., I think.
I don't know. I have no trust in NASA whatsoever. None. I just don't. Just too many things don't connect.
You know, it's got to be a distraction.
And the word itself, NASA. You know, it in Jewish language, Israeli, whatever you want to call it, it's a great deception. That's what NASA means. So it's like Buzz Aldrin. You know, he was talking to that little girl, and that little girl says, "Why haven't we been back to the moon?" He says, "I don't know, but we've never been there. I don't know why we've never been there. We just haven't done it." You know, and it's like, well, wait a minute. Did he just say that? And it's like, yeah.
I think Buzz was a little, let's say, eccentric, and well, yeah, because how old was he when he made that statement?
That was like a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Yeah, I think he's a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Senile?
I don't know.
Look, let's put it this way. I have touched actual moon rocks. I've touched actual lunar re-entry vehicles. I've got a NASA facility like 8 miles away from me. I've been all through it. You know,
you have to ask yourself a question. They had a pod that landed. They had a pod that landed on the moon, right? Where was the fucking car?
Oh, the moon rover thingy.
Yeah.
Where was it?
Yeah. Hello.
It wasn't on the fucking
air
pod.
The tires.
You know, where was it? Where was this thing fucking attached to?
Yeah.
Because it landed, and then no sooner did it land than you have to ask yourself,
why?
Why?
What?
Why?
They
why
might,
do you have
they
to
might
ask?
drive off the moon. Why would they do this some stupid shit like that?
It's like, yeah.
It don't make no sense. I agree with you.
How did they get the fucking thing back off of there?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? How in the hell did they get it back off of the moon? How did it get there, and how did they get it back? Did it fly on its own? You know what I'm saying, Canoes? It's like
there's a reasonable explanation for it. When the lander was, in orbit of the moon before they actually landed, and it was still connected to, the control segment. I think when they separated, the lander was in some sort of protective, package, and it was sent down. It landed first, so it was already waiting for them when they landed, the landing module.
Oh, that's got to be the. What? Hey, we bought it. We bought it. We believe that shit, man. I saw the Challenger blow up in '86 from school. I was at school.
Yeah, I saw it live on TV.
I know that happened
at the same time. Yeah,
I know that shit blew up.
I saw it on live TV when Columbia broke up.
Then it come out. Well, back then they were saying it was real quick, no suffering. But I've heard where they were alive all the way down to the bottom of in that cockpit. They survived all the way down to. But
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
you know what?
they'll
You
never
get all right,
release.
dude, you're
They're
dead. You
never
might as
going to
well.
release any of the audio, you know, that they collected from, you know, the flight recorders or everything. That's never going to see the light of day. But I do have a feeling that they survived at least half of the reentry, and they were probably screaming bloody murder, you know, all the way down. That's not a way I would have wanted to go.
But you know, you got to expect that to happen. You know, so you got to be
Well,
okay.
yeah,
with
you're
it.
dealing with high tech stuff that if it's not
You got to be
maintained
okay with it.
properly or designed properly, it's going to fuck up. I mean, think about those poor guys back in the 60s. I think it was in the Mercury program. They had a fire, you know, on the launch pad and they burned up alive.
Yeah. You know, one thing about it, man, you gonna shoot yourself up in the air. One way about it, either way, you're gonna ride it all the way down to the ground. I mean,
Well,
that's
supposedly
like,
the way that they designed the shuttle, when it's still on the launch pad, they have a couple different ways to evacuate. They got an emergency hatch that they can exit onto the gantry crane, and then they actually have their seats, I believe, inside the crew cabin. I'm pretty sure that they have an ejection seat system that can blow them, or the actual cabin itself has like an ejection system, like as a whole, that, you know, can be ejected away from the launch pad.
Guys, I got to boogie out of here.
That
I'd want a morphine pill.
Take care. Have a great
1,000
night.
milligram.
all right, Hawk. Have a good evening.
Hey, Hawk, once again, buddy, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt. A lot of times I'm just trying to interject to the chat, and it sounds like I'm interrupting, and I don't mean to cut people off. I hate that. I'm sorry.
Well, I think your issue is your internet sucks, and there's a tiny bit of lag, so you're not completely synced up audio and visual wise with the rest of us.
Okay, well, I haven't
Yep.
hit any button on anything
Yeah.
except turn my speakers up and down on to my jack, and I think it sometimes interferes with my microphone, but
Yeah.
Kim says she's still here. You know, I've just got a tendency to piss people off, man. That's all. I've got that look on my face. You know, listen, 30 years ago, I was a real smart ass. A real smart ass. It's all good.
I should not have smoked that bowl a few minutes ago.
What was that?
I should not have smoked that bowl a couple minutes ago. It gave me a headache.
Oh. There's static or something.
Oh, Go ahead.
He's 100% correct about that butane. He is 100% correct.
No, I didn't hear him talk about that.
And And that's the exact reason why I bought those plates in 2017 from China. Shenzhen, China.
Oh, you're talking for making wax. Okay.
Well, mashing buds.
Yeah, I've heard horror stories about people lighting themselves on fire and blowing up and shit with the butane. I would never mess with it. I've done wax pens before.
Those are okay.
Yeah,
That's not.
It's not the kind of high I want.
Yeah. Well, you can change those up. Yeah, it's intense, man. It's not
like what you do and what other people do, like
Yep.
smoking nails and shit like that. That's just
Yep.
too hardcore and sketchy
I don't hit
for
nails.
me.
Yeah, no. I got nails, but I don't use them. Look, I got plenty of nails, but I don't use them. Yeah, no, I don't use them. I don't use none of this shit, man.
In fact, I severely cut back on smoking flower, just because it's so harsh that it really has taken a beating to my lungs, and my lungs are not really great right now.
I don't even like the way it tastes on my tongue like that, man.
Usually, like normally, if I hit the bowl anymore, I cough and like my chest locks up and shit, and just the pain from the coughing deters me from smoking anymore. So I'm like really looking when I start getting some money coming in after I get my bills squared away and everything, get caught up. I'm gonna start looking into the edibles and the
I bet you'd like that way better.
The tinctures, yeah, because I'm just tired of smoking it.
Yeah, but they're strong. I don't like them. They're too strong for me, really. Actually,
well, and for me, it's like,
I didn't like it.
To be honest, I'm not really concerned with getting high all that much anymore. I'm more concerned about the pain killing and the health benefits from it.
Right. Oh, dude, when you eat it, man, it'll lay you down, and then you'll wake up and you'll have a buzz.
Oh yeah, I've done edibles quite often, and actually, I mean, most of the time it was THC edibles, but I have tried some of the CBD edibles, and the very first time that I took the CBD capsules, like, I was looking at the directions on how many to take, and my sister's all like, "Oh, you got to take at least 2, at once, and then maybe a couple hours later take a third." And I'm like, okay. So I took 2, and I passed out after about like 2 hours. So I never took the third one. And man, let me tell you, like, I was laying in bed. It felt like I was taking an acid trip because I had never, tried the CBD before.
It is.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it. Like, I was like, I wasn't fully asleep. I was kind of like in the half awake, half asleep mode for a while, and like everything's moving. I opened my eyes, and the lights were all like wavy, and I'm like, this is like fucking LSD. But yeah, definitely, like, we were selling at my store for a while this CBD cream that for like joint pain relief and stuff, and I was buying that for a little while, and it really, really helped with my knees. It was that CBD freeze gel.
Yeah.
And it was just so fucking expensive though. Like, just a tiny little jar was like $20. I don't know.
Man, I didn't like that. It was too. You want to hear something funny, Canoes? I made some brownies, and they were pretty strong, right? So I had to pick my mom up from the Jacksonville airport. She came back from the cruise. So we get back, and I'm on the interstate. She was like, "Can you step on the gas? What's the matter with you?" And I look down. I'm doing 60 on Interstate 10. So I speed up. I'm driving, and Mom's looking at me, and she's like, "What's the matter with you?" I'm like, "Nothing." But man, I ate me a brownie on the way there. And I thought I was driving so fast, man. That's when I picked Mom up. And they quarantined the rest of the ships the next week. I said, "Was there a bunch of Chinese people on the ship?" She goes, "Yes, and they were all sick, and they were all coughing on everybody." She went on one of them Carnival cruises and got back the week before, man. She almost got quarantined, man. Sound like that's that's the same notification on that Samsung, I think. Like download complete.
Nah, it's my LG phone.
It's been so hot here, man.
It got pretty warm the last couple of days here. Middle 80s. Yesterday, it got real warm. It was almost 90. It was like 88, 89 degrees, I think. It's not so bad if you got a breeze, if you're outside, but like in my house, like I'm in the upstairs bedroom. It's the warmest room in the house, and I actually had to turn on the air conditioning for
Do you
like
have
2
one of those
hours.
ceiling vents that pulls air up into the attic?
I
bet you, man. I bet you got one or had one.
Well, I have exhaust fans in the bathrooms that I could turn on, and they suck. The one sucks into the attic in the main bathroom, and the second one sucks straight outside.
Okay, well, you might have look and see where, like in the attic, they had something framed in. Maybe you could find it like that.
I know the house backwards and forwards.
Oh, dude, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's
there's
right.
no standard. I know what kind of vent you're talking about. I don't have anything.
It's all balloon
like that.
frame, basically, probably.
Yeah, my house, the front end of the house was built like in the 1880s. They didn't have that shit back then. The back end of the house was put in the late 60s, and it doesn't have anything like that.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. They built some weird, like they'd put them at the top of a staircase, But man, I'm gonna tell you, it is. They suck. They suck, man.
Yeah, on a warm day, there's almost like a thermal layer zone in certain parts of the house where, like, if I was to open my bedroom door and start walking down the stairs, there's like the stairway goes from my bedroom door, goes down like 8 steps, and then there's a landing, and then it turns 90 degrees and goes all the way down to the living room. And
Creates
if you stop on the landing, that's right where the ceiling is for the downstairs. That's like a thermal layer. It'll be above that layer. It's going to be 15 degrees at least warmer than below the ceiling line. And it's the same thing. Yeah. It's the same thing when you're walking down into the basement from the kitchen. You know,
that's why I don't have AC.
Like, yeah,
that's why I don't have AC.
I just have a little window unit for my bedroom. That's it. Yeah, this house does not have central air or central heating. It's all like the heating is the furnace is a gas powered boiler system that runs radiant baseboard heating throughout the house.
Oh man,
it's super inefficient.
Really?
Yeah. Because you got to pay the
fuel oil guy to pump oil in it.
Well,
who's got a tank?
No, it's just running the gas. I only keep it on in the winter, and it's fucked up right now. But normally, I would only keep the house at in the wintertime. I would keep my bedroom a little higher than the rest of the house because that's where I spend most of my time. So I would set the bedroom at like maybe 75 degrees, and the rest of the house, this past winter, I never turned it up more than 50 degrees. Just enough to keep the pipes from freezing. I didn't care.
Yeah. Wow, that's 50 is about as cold as it gets, man.
Well, for you, yeah. But
yeah,
here, the winter time, we get into negative temperatures. But the furnace is fucked up right now. Before wintertime hits, I gotta have somebody come out and fix it. What happened was back, I believe this was in March. I had the furnace running, and one day the city showed up and turned my water off because I was behind on my bill, and I wasn't home at the time. I was
turned it off at the power line.
No, they turned off the water. They didn't. It would. Electric was completely separate. But I was staying at a friend's house for a couple of days and wasn't aware of it. And when I came back home, as soon as I walked in the house, I knew something was up. There was this awful, god-awful noise coming out of the basement. And I'm like, and I knew exactly what it was right off the bat. It was the, what do they call it? The circulating pump for the furnace.
Okay.
And it was just running basically empty because the furnace was still turned on, and unbeknownst to me, the water supply was shut off. So it was trying to run without any water coming into it, and it fucked it all up.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure it's just that pump that needs to be fixed or replaced, and not like the whole, entire furnace unit. I'm guessing that's what it is. Yeah, that sucked.
So, like here, the water comes in at the power pole, and they got like a valve they can turn it on and off, but it comes in like in a pipe.
Yeah.
Now I got it shut off right now, but it used to be a well, like a community well.
Mm-hmm.
And probably a 15,000 gallon tank that fed like 20 properties. But then the city took over that well. And then after the deed restrictions ran out, they changed them.
Yeah, I've got
And then ran water pipes from the
I've
city.
got at least 2 wells on the property here. There might be a third one, but I have no idea where it is. And I think it was like shut off and just forgotten about years and years ago. But I got 1 well in the house down in the basement. And that thing has been inactive ever since I was a little kid. It's not
Right.
hooked up to anything.
Right.
It's it just sits there. And then
You know how deep it is?
behind the house, probably a good 200 foot, is another well, and that has an electric pump to it that runs it to the house, and it's only hooked up to the outdoor faucet on the side of the house.
Oh, wow.
And there's another outlet in a faucet
Well, that's how you
inside
got
the
pressure.
barn. Yeah,
That's probably, that's probably how you got pressure.
all I got to do, there's a power box in the basement. I just have to flip it on, and I can get water. Even if the city water's turned off.
Yeah.
But you need electrical to run that pump.
Yeah.
If you're out of electricity, you're fucked.
Right. Yeah, because at the bottom of that, how deep do they got to go where you're at?
Honestly, I don't know. I'd have to look into the records of the house, but it shouldn't be that deep because the water
they
table
go till they hit water.
yeah, the water table is fairly shallow around here because like in the spring when we get all the rain and the snow melt and everything, our basement floods. So it can't be that deep. If I had to take a guess, I'd probably say 40 feet or less.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
But then again, I'm not positive about it.
Dude, I've done that river trip twice, and that's a pretty good workout there, man. 2 miles on the river and then 2 miles to go back and get in my car to pick up my boat. It was fun, man. I seen a kingfisher bird. I seen wild hogs.
Man, I'd shoot them wild hogs. Give me some meat.
They were above me on the top of the bank. They didn't even see me. They didn't hear me or nothing. I had 2 little pink ones for like sows that was running with him. That's a pretty good little haul. I'm gonna tell you though, just walking back, that's a good little workout all by itself. You don't need nothing else. Do that about 5 times a week. 5 miles. Well, this is what I do every other day. 1 mile. That's like 2 or 3 miles a week. That'd be perfect. That's what I'm gonna start doing. Every other day. You guys want to do it with me? It takes a commitment now, because all the time. You want to drag your ass out there and walk a half a mile or a mile.
Nah, I'd have to pass. Yeah, I'm not gonna be walking around when
It's a
there's
commitment, man. It's a
fucking gators around. No thanks.
well, you got to dodge them. Those ain't. I ain't
I'm getting to be an old man. I ain't got no dodge left in me.
Gators don't scare me. It's some moccasins, rattlesnake. And wild boars. I wouldn't fuck with that boar. Even though he was small, I wouldn't challenge him like on the ground. Shoot. You ever seen them when they cut the balls off of them?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Whew. Then they just leave them.
Yeah, there's a YouTuber that I watch that he's down somewhere in Florida. I don't know exactly where. I think he's more in the Panhandle area, and he's got like a big, something like a 60-acre ranch there, and he's got hogs. And when they go out and castrate the hogs, like they sneak in real close, and then they just jump out of the bush, and you got like 6 guys trying to hold one pig down while someone else, cuts the balls. It's fucking hilarious.
Man. Now you talk about squeal like a pig, boy.
Yeah.
Whew. But I guess you got to do that if you're gonna keep it with your other ones before you mix it with to make sausage or whatever. Like if you're gonna keep a wild one, and well, I guess.
Well, yeah, because once you castrate them, that's going to cut down on the amount of testosterone in the body, and that'll make the meat taste a lot better after a year or two. It's the same thing with deer. I would much prefer to shoot a doe than even a nice buck, because I'm not really after antlers. I'm after meat.
I'd rather eat quail, man.
Well, yeah, there's that around here too, but
those are good.
As far as the amount of time that you spend in the field, compared with the amount of meat that you can take home, deer hunting's the way to go. But I would, if you shoot a doe, it's going to taste great. If you shoot a buck, especially when it's in the rut season, that meat's going to be gamey as fuck.
See, we got a lot down here, but it's hot. Too hot.
They say, hey, good night, Zoom. You have a good one, buddy.
Oh, I was watching the chat to see. Good night, Zoom. Hey, good seeing you, man.
Yeah, he was asking about you like 2 nights ago. Said he hadn't seen you in forever, and I'm like, no, he's back around.
Yeah, another night I was trying to like say hey to him, but I don't know if
no, your connection was terrible that night.
Boy, my neck hurts, man. I just want to lean back and stretch. I wish I had a bar above my head that I could hang off of.
Yeah.
Dude.
See, I got one of those type of bars down in my basement, and it's like a solid steel pipe that's like connected to a 2x4 and screwed in to the framing of the house. So it's in there. It's not going to get pulled out once you hang from it. But with my arm and my shoulder fucked up. If I tried to do that, I'd be in so much fucking pain.
Well, you can do like you can depending on what you may cause harm if you like hang, because you can do like a partial like type thing where
With my injury and my health problems,
I
I wouldn't
need
even
to
attempt it.
stretch.
I can't do that. Yeah, I'm too fucked up even to do that.
Okay, but see, that's fine. You got to. Okay, if you know what range of motion is.
Yes.
Okay. Only do the range of motion movement, and that's it.
Yeah. See, when I initially hurt my arm, when I hurt my arm back in January, and for the next couple of following months,
I remember that.
I had lost at least 80% of the range of motion on that arm and that hand.
Didn't you fall and land on your elbow on?
Well, what happened was I fell flat on my back, and so the back took most of the impact, but I was trying to roll to my side a little bit so that I could protect my left arm, because I had already had problems with that elbow. And when I came down, it fell on my back, but just the way of gravity acting on my body, I banged that left elbow against the asphalt. And that was it. I thought I broke my arm at first. And they x-rayed it, and no breaks, but then they told me, they're like, I hate to tell you this, but you got the scans we did showed what they said to be
Probably
an aggressive lesion. So
wow.
Yeah, that led to a contusion, but they're like, yeah, you need to go see somebody about the lesion, because that 99% of the time that's cancer. So
see, a lot of times when you get like older and different things happen to your body, just the going through the range of motion would be part of your workout.
Yeah.
For part of your, and then you would first you get your heart rate, your blood pumping and shit, like every other day, I guess. That would be a pretty good, like 20 or 30 minutes, and write down, like, say if you did like 10 sets of 10 jumping jacks, and then you'd walk, and then walk back, do a set, and then maybe do a set of push-ups, like 12 or 10.
I can't do exercises like that anymore.
Yeah, that's it. Do like maybe 4 sets. Dude, that's it.
Like my condition right now,
and you could even skip that.
Now,
like push up, yeah. No. You ain't gonna be doing a push up.
No, that would destroy me.
Yeah.
Right now, my back, I don't think it's like a spinal issue. I think it's more of a muscular issue.
Right.
Some days it takes me like a good 10 minutes just to get out of bed.
Oh man.
Because of the way that I have to move my muscles around just in order to sit up and then transfer my weight, to my butt, off my back. Oh, it's like, just like today, it took me, like I think like at least 5 minutes to get out of bed. Not fun.
That's your age, man. Catching up.
Well, no, I think it's delayed response to falling on my back from back in January. It's just, it's fucked.
Wow.
Dude, I don't even want to talk about it right now.
Right.
It's
I
got me
understand.
so fucking frustrated.
Yeah. I don't know. I remember too. I remember like because that was back when I think Don T had banned Dallas or something. Or not banned him, but
No, he's banned. Ugh.
I've
Yeah,
been
I really don't care for Dallas anymore.
he's got his ups and his downs with me.
He made a lot of accusations about certain people here in chat and in other streams. He was talking shit about us, and even in private messaging, he was making all kinds of fucking, accusation, really nasty fucking shit. And yeah, so we don't trust him. Like if I'm over at Aaron's stream or Deer Butch's stream and he's in the chat, I ignore him. I don't talk to him.
All right. Yeah. I dude, one time you know Andy from England, Andy Badman.
No.
Deborah. Remember Deborah?
DEV?
Yeah. Yep.
Deborah. Oh, dude, I don't trust her. I don't talk to her either. She's a mess. That woman's got some seriously fucked up issues.
Yeah, I've got the same surgery she had.
I feel bad for her because basically she's stuck in a bad marriage, and it, from what it sounds like, I think there's some actual physical abuse going on coming from her husband. It at the very least there's mental abuse going on, but I think it's turned physical. So I feel bad for her in that, but she's fucking paranoid and she's misinformed about a lot of shit. And yeah, I don't talk to her. Like, she made some really nasty accusations to me a couple of years ago, and I flat out told her to mind her own fucking business or I'd ban her, because she's definitely opinionated and she got her facts all wrong.
See, this is what happened with Dallas. I said, look, you guys keep letting him hang around. I said, he's a bitch, man, and he's going to be the weak link every time.
He acts like a child.
And I said, somebody please tell me I'm wrong.
He goes way too deep into a lot of like the really retarded conspiracy theories out there. Yeah.
It took me a long time to get to like him, man. One time he told me I didn't have a valid opinion because I didn't have a job.
Well, one time, he was in the chat here, and
you know what I told him? Learn a trade, learn how to do something with your fucking hands. Nobody can take that from you.
Yeah, he when he was in the chat the one night, He was going on and on about something really stupid, and like he was in the wrong about everything, and we were calling him out on it, and he flat out, he quit and he didn't come back for a couple of months, and like he told us that he's like, you guys are totally disrespecting, the spirit of what the stream is supposed to be. It's like he's like, you need to do it exactly like Sick
Dude,
Pat
this is a
did.
free motherfucking country, buddy, bro.
And I'll quote you what he said. He's like, this isn't the game or the Sick Pat channel anymore. This is the Wiz and Canoe Circle Jerk show.
So what?
Yeah, he said that. Yeah,
Yeah.
in Chad.
So what? It's theirs. They can circle jerk all they want, isn't that right? That would be
And
my
all
opinion.
this shit, like lately, that has to do with Miriam.
Which I don't
and
know.
all
nothing
there's
about
all
that.
yeah, it's completely convoluted. I don't want to get into specifics.
Good, because I don't know and I don't want to know.
But she's, she made some wild ass, like serious accusations of shit. And, she's popular in the chats. And her story is total bullshit. But since she's popular, she gets a lot of other people in the streams to believe her. And she turned them against us. So we got a lot of people that don't come here anymore.
Hey, do you remember when I first met y'all?
Back in Ron Gibson days.
Way back. But you remember me accusing what's their name of being a man? A man in Germany. Man from Germany. They were using a female screen name, and I was like, look, I didn't want to accuse the person of anything that I didn't know, but
you don't mean Gus, do you? From Holland?
I'll give you the initials of AMR, a female. Adelaine. Remember Adelaine?
No.
Adelaine Marie Robinson. Remember that?
No.
You don't remember them?
No.
Well, everybody thought there was a girl, but I caught them.
Yeah, I remember you going, calling someone out about that, but I don't remember the particular name.
So when I first met y'all, I didn't want to make any accusations, but I had to say what I felt like I believed. And y'all can believe whatever you want, is how I had to come to terms with it, because I can feel however I feel, and you guys can do that also. But my belief was you was a man from Germany. Yeah. And I could prove it. I caught it.
I do remember that.
But anyways, I don't care. I don't give a shit. Just whatever. But at first, nobody believed me. Remember Hitness, NZ?
Yes.
She didn't believe me. I says, I know you don't. I says, but please believe me when I'm telling you that I believe what I'm saying. And
she was a little on the nutty side.
Yeah, but she's cool, man. I liked her, man.
She took her role as a mod way too seriously. I see that a lot of other people. Like, there's a guy, I don't know, he was fairly new. He just started showing up earlier this year. And okay, do you recall the name Jake Hudson? He only started showing up here earlier like back in the summertime, and we end up banning him. And this kid, he had some like learning disability type shit, but he basically lived to be a mod at as many channels as he could. Like that was his thing. He wanted to be a mod, and he turned out to be psycho. So he's pretty much like banned from every channel now.
That's crazy. You know, well, you know, I guess people, you know, you can get attached to anything, you know, is what Susan, if it's the previous owner, I don't think you can sue. I don't think it would be worth it at all, because I don't think it would be possible.
Yet I don't know how
after closing
the laws work in Florida, but like up here in Ohio, stuff like if here in Ohio, you have to, before a sale can be completely, you know, clear, there has to be an inspection, you know, a house inspection. And if they purposely hide something or make an effort to, you know, cover something up from the home inspectors, then they can be liable if an issue arises within a certain amount of time after the sale. So,
yeah, and plus, like, you could have deed restrictions that run out.
you know,
That'll have to do with like fencing.
she says that they left the refrigerator on and caused the floor to be ruined because they didn't empty the water and ice before they left. That sucks. Yeah, I don't know how that would work, how those
What kind of
laws
floor
work.
is it? Like me, I'd just drill some holes in it and let it air out.
Well, I had something similar happen to me probably about 10 years ago. I had a leaky toilet, and I had no idea it was going on because the it made no noise whatsoever.
Right.
And one day my dad walks in to my bedroom. It was a small, you know, half bath inside my bedroom. He's like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "The floor's all flooded, and below the bedroom in the basement, there was all kinds of water down
man.
there from the toilet." He's like, "Why did you say that?" I'm like, "I had no fucking idea, dude." I mean, it would have been going on for like maybe a month or so, and I never heard it. And then like just like within a day or two before my dad found it, it got worse, and the floor started getting like the carpet was a little wet.
So that whole pipe filled up.
I don't know exactly what it had something to do with the water supply.
Man.
But yeah, that cost a little bit of money to get that fixed, and it just like I ripped out the carpeting in there, and the wood floor underneath the carpet was like totally discolored from the water. Luckily, we didn't get any black mold out of it.
How many years of piss do you think splashed on that thing?
Well, that room sat empty for 20 years, you know, without anybody using it. So
I like this plywood, man. I know it's hard to sweep, but that's it. Floors that were vinyl or laminated, so it's probably laminated over concrete. So if that's the case, then the floor is okay. And I just pushed the refrigerator outside on the corner and let somebody pick it up and open the windows, let it air out, maybe. See, I only got half. I'm gonna move this direction soon through that door. Actually, you see that reflection? That's the end of my house.
Yeah.
The whole house. Well, I call it house. It's really it's good. It's got a good floor, but it's a flimsy trailer. Basically, it's a 10 by 50. It's 10 by 50. Yeah, now if you got concrete floors and you're going to tear that vinyl up, probably I would leave that vinyl and let it air out. But you know, that refrigerator will be easy to push out of there too. You just roll it forward, and then once you roll it forward or out of the thing, you'll be able to see, you know, the two rollers down there, and then you'll be able to see how you move it. And you can push that thing outside if you want and roll it all the way out to the curb if you wanted to, and somebody will pick it up.
Yeah, right now, you know, the way the economy is, the scrappers are out in full force trying to get everything they can. They don't care that the price of steel is still kind of low.
Yeah.
But they'll take anything right now. Because the way it works out here,
do they take your ID up there?
What's that?
Do they take your ID up there?
For scrapping?
When you go to the scrapyard.
Oh, if you're selling copper, I think they do. But if you're just selling steel, I don't think so. Because it's been years since I've been to the scrapyard. But the way it works here now, like they changed our recycling and trash setup just earlier this year. So now trash pickup is every Wednesday morning Tuesday morning. And you're only allowed to put out, the city will give you a garbage container and a recycling container. And as far as bulk trash goes, you can set out like 4 bags.
Yeah.
Like 50-gallon trash bags, or the equivalent, like just loose in a box or something like that. And you can do that every week. It used to be that you could only do it 1 week or one trash day a month, but it was unlimited. Like you could fill your fucking whole front yard up with bulk trash and they would take it all in one shot. But nowadays it's just 4 items basically extra. Oh.
Yeah, they haul our trash here, but the next county has like trash dumpsters and stuff that they use. But you can't really make no money scrapping, man, because everybody did that 15 years ago. And you didn't have to. See, there's a reason why they started with all this shit. But they take your picture, everything, buddy. And you don't know how many times I've been up there, just going up there, turning in cans or whatever. You'll see the detectives back there going through the files. Going through the files, just pulling them out, looking at them. You're like, well, see, that I didn't have to worry about that. I didn't have to worry about that. I'd bring the junk or whatever here, clean it, different forms of clean. Like you might take the steel bolts out of the aluminum, or you'll take the copper out of the make it grade A or grade B.
Yeah.
Or, you'll have to do different.
Yeah, certain scrap yards around here, it just depends on how they run their business. Some of them, they make you take out
Right,
every
the scale.
screw and everything
Yeah.
is separated out. Other ones, they just don't care because they've got the machinery, to
Different
do it
grade, yeah.
themselves.
Yeah,
So
different grade. Yeah.
When I was scrapping, like I would seriously, I scrapped a lot of TVs and computers and printers and
Now they'll make
shit
you
like
take that
that.
apart.
Yeah, I always completely disassembled it. Like say with the computer or like a monitor, I separated all the steel out of it, like mostly
Yeah.
like the outer housings and everything, and any of the steel screws and whatnot. And then I would separate all the circuit boards, and I would hang on to those separately and sell them to. There's a scrap company a couple counties over from me that strictly deals with electronic waste like circuit boards and hard drives and shit, and they'll buy those components individually but by the pound. And
Wow.
and then the rest of the junk inside the computer, like any of the aluminum housings and shit, I would separate that out, and I would end up just taking the steel and the aluminum and any copper to the
Yeah.
scrap yard. But with the copper, I never separated the copper and cleaned it up because it's just too much work.
Oh man.
Because all that stripping,
Yeah,
the
we can do it.
wires and getting the lacquer off of all that
Oh, no,
shit.
you haven't
Wait,
to do
it's
it?
not worth. It's not worth it.
No canoes. 30 seconds, buddy. 30 seconds. Is what
No, I
It's what
had
we do.
stripping tools. I even
no,
made
no, no,
a stripping machine. It
no, 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 no.
just
This is
did
how
not-
we used to do it.
wasn't worth my time.
You know how we used to do it? Check this out.
Would you burn it?
I'd get me a fire going with a couple logs,
Yeah.
right? Couple logs. And then I'd take me some electric wire and make about a 6 foot, 8 foot loop a few times around on the ground, about maybe 30, 40 foot loop, not too much.
Yeah.
Then you grab it with your rake and you throw it on the fire and you let that bitch catch on fire 30
Yep.
seconds. Then you take it with your rake off the fire and you slam it on the ground over there. And it'll be as shiny as you just
Yeah,
minute it
the
with.
scrap yards around here, if they notice that you did that, they won't accept your load.
Right. Yeah, they quit taking that. Yeah.
Because it supports illegal scrapping.
Well, they were doing it
And-
wrong.
It's environmentally bad.
Yeah. Well, they were doing it wrong. But if you do it right, man, pow, 30 seconds, man. But it's, you're burning plastic in there.
Yep.
It sucks. People burn tires, man, around here.
Yeah. Oh man, with tires here in Ohio, they're super restrictive on how they handle tires. You got to go to a certified county facility, and you're only allowed to take in so many a week. And like at my place, I've got probably 100 junk tires that have been sitting around here since the 50s. And
I only burn wood or leaves.
I can't burn that. It's a pain in the ass to get to the county facility.
Yeah, but
And my dad, for a while, he was trying to get rid of some of them, and he'd throw them in the trunk of his SUV, and he'd drive, 15, 20 miles south of here and just drive the back roads at night and just dump them off the side of the road and shit. And I'm like, why are you doing that?
Dude said, "Can't we all just get along?" I thought that was the guy that Rodney wasn't it Rodney King said that? Can't we all just get along?
No, it was
That
another
out of
guy.
his mind.
It was another guy.
Remember Richard
in-
Denny? They pulled
yeah,
out his
that-
semi.
that was- yeah.
That was him, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah. Reginald Denny.
Oh, this is gonna be my license plate. Oh man, dude, my mom loves DeSantis, man. I think he's okay. I like him too.
Yep, I like him.
I wish he would legalize that shit. You know, his first day of college, he said he went wearing cutoff shorts, and everybody laughed at him. Like 30 years ago, that's what everybody wore, was like cutoff jean shorts. That's what you wore.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I don't even think I wore shoes for like 5 years, man.
Yeah, like I distinctly remember that because that's about when I was in middle school. Yeah, that was the fashion back then.
I think I'm gonna make the final step to like be less lazy. You know, well, I've been doing a whole bunch of stuff, really, like all kinds solving problems. Fucking, I've been thinking of these hilarious jokes, but I don't know how to convey it, you know? I'll move y'all over here. Or I can talk right into your ear. Does it sound like I'm talking in your ear?
That sounds fine.
Okay.
Just I'm gonna shut down here in about 5 minutes.
Okay. All right.
I think I'm gonna have another bowl of soup that I made earlier today when I got home from work.
I gotta take this shirt off, man.
You ever hear of a brand, a food brand called Bear Creek?
Do they make beef stew?
Yeah, they specialize in like soups and stews and pasta, dry pouches that you just like add water to and shit.
Maybe like a camping.
Well, non-perishable type food. I was at a discount store a couple of days ago, and they had a bunch of their soup mixes for $3 a pouch, which is pretty reasonable because you go to the grocery store and buy it. If it's not on sale, they're like almost $5 a pouch. And I tried their tortilla soup. Oh man, it's good. It's got a nice kick to it. Like
Do
almost
you
like
add
someone.
the water in there?
Yeah, it's the pot. You boil 8 cups of water and just stir the mix in and let it cook for 10 minutes. That's all it takes. And yeah, it's good. It's got like dried beans and carrots and
I like that.
like
I
some
like that.
puffed barley and like a tomato base to it. But it's a little on the spicy side. Like someone put just a little bit of Tabasco in it. It's tasty as hell. I'll warm up another bowl of that before I go to bed.
I don't care for Tabasco though.
I don't use it that often. The original Tabasco, yeah, just every once in a while. But I love the green Tabasco. It's very mild. It doesn't have that much heat to it. It's just got flavor. And yeah, I'll put that stuff on any. I love it on hot dogs. Dipping French fries in it and shit.
I used to like jalapenos.
Yeah, jalapenos.
Yeah.
That's about as hot as I go with peppers. I don't touch those habaneros or the ghost peppers or any of that shit. No, thank you.
Susan asked me how's the weather. I wish I could tell her exactly, but I think it's like 70s, middle 70s, and real humid, hot, humid, real humid.
Did you get any of them storms that blew through? Yeah, because I was looking at like when they were hitting in Texas. I was kind of following where they were going after they got out of Texas and Louisiana, and it looked like you and Zoom dude were gonna get hammered, but I never heard anything. So,
dude, we get hit like that shit every other fuck. It ain't nothing, man, to me.
Well, yeah. By the time it gets out to you, it's just rain. But man, fucking Texas, like Dallas, Fort Worth, they got fucked hard. You see any of the footage from it?
No, I haven't been seeing nothing, man.
Oh, the flooding there was just insane. Like, they were showing this one outside of Fort Worth, this river that's usually, when it's flowing normally, it's like maybe 40 feet wide. And when it flooded, it was like a half-mile wide. It's just insane.
We get it all, man. It's all different, man. Like it's all different, man. It's just, I don't know. You got to look up in the sky, and I listen for the trees that start coming down. As trees start coming down, that's when I start running. Oh yeah. Well, hurricanes ain't shit, really. It's all. I mean, they can be, but you'll be coming down in the good part of the weather, but just wait.
Well, I remember as a kid watching on TV when Andrew hit back in I think it was 1990. That was a bad one. There's still places that did not recover from that.
Yeah, my buddy was down there. He said it was fucked up, and I think I was in prison when that slam. I think it happened in '92.
Yeah, it
I
was
in
early
prison.
90s.
That was my second or third time. That's how bad I was. I was mad. I was bad.
'Cause I know that there was that one Air Force base just south of Miami, Homestead. Like it kind of destroyed about 80% of the base, and they rebuilt some of it, but there's still buildings that are standing there that they never got around to fixing, and they're just rotting into the ground.
You know, the worst one for me here was a tropical storm, man. And it flooded all the way around the trailer, all the way around. And it was coming up. It was coming up. That was a tropical storm. Debbie in 2012. No, 2012. It rained for about 4 days straight. Non-stop. No, I don't have AC. Nope. No, I got a fan over there in that window. But I got AC in the car. So I got AC in the car. And that's it.
Now, I remember back in 96, there was a hurricane. It was called Fran, F-R-A-N.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know where it started, if it was down in the Gulf or the Atlantic or what. But it stayed strong as it moved inland and didn't break up that much like a normal hurricane does. It hit us here in Ohio. I think it was classified, a tropical storm, but it was very strong still. And I was out on Lake Erie at the time on one of the islands doing a big Boy Scout camp out. And they had to cancel the weekend halfway through because of the flooding and the wind that was going on up there. And I remember when we were taking the ferry back to the mainland, it's like a 3-mile stretch of Lake Erie that you got to cross.
Like on a ferry or something? Like a little duck
Yeah,
boat?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was like a commercial ferry. You could probably fit 50 cars on it. And
That's back when
other
they didn't even
passengers.
they didn't even really I mean, they probably didn't even think about the danger.
Well, they were telling people, that didn't have to be up on the islands. They're like, get out of here. And so it was everybody that had a private boat was heading up to the mainland. And this ferry we're on, it's a fairly big boat. It couldn't get full power because the waves were so high. I've never seen a lake like that in my life. We had like 10-foot whitecaps.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, like normally if you get a storm on Lake Erie, you might see like 5 to 6 foot swells and waves, but this is like 10 to 12 feet. And when the ferry finally got to the mainland, it took over an hour just to dock the boat because it was going like, here's the pier, and the boat was like this. We're like, holy shit. And then when we finally got off the boat and we're walking on the pier to the parking lot to get our van, like the water was spraying over the dock like a good 15, 20 feet over us, from the swells hitting the dock. And it was nuts. Never seen nothing like that.
Like a washing machine.
Pretty much.
I used to go surfing in that shit. That's the best shit, but not no 10-foot. I mean, I've seen it like that, and you can't even paddle out into it. I couldn't never paddle out there like that. You know, 'cause
Now,
it's so
when I was working up in Canada at the canoe base, we rode through a couple of storms that were pretty bad. Yeah, we were out in one day. I mean, it's one thing if you're on one of the rivers, it doesn't get that bad. But there is an area up there. It's called the Georgian Bay. It is basically like a side lake to Lake Michigan. It's huge, open water and everything. And
there's a
we
lot of
tried-
wrecks out
Oh yeah, for sure.
there,
Yeah.
like historical wrecks
Oh yeah, they're everywhere up there.
that you can find. You could
yeah.
discover it. It'd be
Yeah,
famous.
like here on Lake Erie, yeah.
Still
you can,
to this day.
go scuba diving on a bunch of them. Yeah, and they're finding new ones every year.
That's
but
crazy. That scuba diving, I wouldn't do it. You know, they scuba dive these caves down here. I wouldn't do that
Yeah,
shit.
no,
Fuck
I
that.
got no interest in scuba diving.
Fuck
But yeah,
that
this one storm that I got caught up in Canada, we're out in the open water area we were trying to cross about 6 miles to get to a group of islands, and we pushed these kids so hard, like we were paddling through 7-foot waves in open canoes, and there was like
There's Copper
lightning-
Island out there. Is there like an
Uh,
island with like a copper mine out there?
Yes, that was further north of where we were.
Dude, I know where you're talking about, man. I'd go exploring if I was you. Just start looking on the ground.
The area that we were in, it wasn't a copper bearing area. There was gold up there, but you had to go
Well, it's
deep
all
underground
been,
to get
they
to
didn't
it.
mine that shit out.
Oh,
I
they
guess.
did. Yeah, there's still an operating gold mine, just like maybe 50 miles north of where we were working at.
Dude, you could find something that they dropped like on the ground on the way to like
Oh, yeah, you'd have
Never
to
know.
invest. You'd have to invest in a good metal detector for that. But yeah, this storm that we were paddling through, like you're dealing with 7-foot waves, and there's
big.
lightning hitting the water, like maybe 150 feet away from you, and these kids, they're all middle school age kids. They're all screaming and yelling, "We're gonna die! We're gonna die!" And we're trying to keep them calm. And like they were literally pissing themselves. We're like, we're not turning around. It's like, if you want to get out of this, you just got to paddle faster, man.
Dude, I could handle that.
We got to them islands that we were heading to, and those kids, they were so exhausted, mentally and physically from it. I told them, I'm like, let's just set up camp for the day. You guys can take a nap. And, after the storm was over, I'm like, I'll take you to, we're not going to, paddle anywhere else today. And I'll take you to a couple of good places where you can just fish for the whole fucking day. I'm like, you guys deserve it.
Well,
You're troopers.
each leg of that journey. I bet. That's funny. That's so funny.
Look.
Did she say Mike? Something about someone. I tell you what, though, man. Sometimes I just get in the car just to go somewhere, just to turn the air conditioning on.
Yeah, my dad would do that.
But if you got a fan and you get you a, you got to move some air. That's it. That's what it comes down
Yep. I had a big floor fan that
to. It's hard. Yeah, them fans
I
don't
would
really do it.
I would hang a wet towel in front of it, like about a foot in front of it. Cooled the room down, good 15 degrees for about an hour. I don't like running my AC. I got a
Yeah, I
small
don't like
window unit. I just have a small window unit for my bedroom, and I'll only turn it on if it gets like into the upper 80s and it's really humid out. Or, yeah. And I'll only run it in the evening and the nighttime when I'm trying to sleep. I'll turn it on for like, it has a timer on it where it'll shut off by itself after, half hour or an hour. And I'll set it to turn off, an hour after I turn it on. And by that time, I'm asleep. But if it's all super hot and humid, I can't fall asleep.
I hate that shit, man. I just, even if I got to walk around in a circle, that's what I'll do just to move some air around.
Yeah. My dad would always be like, "Oh, if it's too bad for you, just like go hang out in the basement." I'm like, "What? And do what?" He's like, "Sleep." And I'm like, no, because it's always humid down in the basement, even though it's 20 degrees cooler than the rest of the house. But I'm like, do you know how many bugs there are down there? I'm like, he was telling me to like set up a cot. And I'm like, no. He's like, why not? I'm like, because I'd have spiders and centipedes crawling all over me. I'm like, nope.
No, man.
Nope.
That's why you get you one of these, man.
But
some sheets. And if you're worried about bugs, cover up with this thing, man. It'll open up. You could fit 20 people inside this thing. And you can even stick it up in front of the fan and it'll blow up like a big balloon.
I don't deal with centipedes and
no, I don't like bugs.
As far as spiders, I got black widows over here.
Do you?
Yeah, I don't mess with them. Yeah,
I'd kill them.
Well, I do whenever I find them. I found a colony of them in my garage 2 years ago, and I pulled everything out that I could around the area where they were at. I used propane torch on them. I'm like, fuck you guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck you guys. Oh man. You know what? I think if you had a good fan and set it up, like, see, I don't like it blowing in my face all the time.
Yeah, same thing.
And it's hard to like do stuff when the 60-mile-an-hour wind blowing on you, but you just adapt.
Yeah, the fan that I use up in my bedroom, it's just a tiny little oscillating fan, like a desktop size one, not one of the big floor fans.
I wouldn't even waste my time with that, Canoes, honestly.
No, it works great for me. I just have it set up so that it'll blow across the room, but it's not going to be hitting.
That's all you need.
Above my chest, like it'll cool down the lower part of my body without hitting me in the face and shit.
Yeah. Yep. That's all you need sometimes. Yeah.
Yep. That's all I need.
I'm the same way. I don't like that shit blowing in my fucking face, man. And don't be blowing your stink ass feet this way. You know what I mean? And you can do that to yourself too, by the way. I know that. Hey, what would a person do if it's the end of the world, man?
deal with it or off yourself. That's about all you got. Yeah, like
You're just
in a
gonna have
real
to.
shit hit the fan situation,
Yep.
if everything shuts down, no power,
Yep.
anything like that,
Yep.
like
And
about
then it
all you
keeps
could
getting
do,
worse.
would be like what the ancient Egyptians did, would be like to hang towels, wet towels, you know, over your windows and shit, and just rely on the airflow, you know, to cool down. Like if that were to happen, like seriously, I would have only a few windows open in the house at any given time, and it would be just to move air from one end of the house to the other,
Right.
following like the wind pattern for the day.
Yeah.
And
Create
I
the
would,
little vortex. Yeah, you get
yep,
it.
and the inflow windows, I would just hang towels from them and keep them wet. That's all I would do.
See, I have a
It's better than
mosquito.
nothing.
Real bad
We
mosquitoes.
got screens. Yeah, we got screens. But
Real
my
bad
window,
mosquitoes.
most of the windows in my house are really old, and they're starting to get really fucked up.
That
Fuck,
back door doesn't have a screen right now because I like the air flow better without the screen. But I got a
Yeah.
screen in this window, and a couple more. Man, there's a hole in my floor in there, like,
So I know, yeah, big hole.
and that's for Charlie,
Yeah.
which I'm gonna make her another way because this plywood here now, this is solid. I'm glad I put the sheathing down instead of that, whatever they call it, that MDR shit or whatever they call it. It's hard to sweep though.
Yeah.
But it's screwed to some real hard pine like flooring, and it's glued, like laminated in a way to this steel floor joint. Now it's some solid shit. And if I could like put a couple barriers and then insulate, like maybe like a couple of vapor barriers, and then like what Singularity did, put drywall up, then I could have an air conditioner that would cool a room, and so I could cool from here down and from here up. If you stand up, it'll be 80 degrees.
Well, the way my dad would do it, he had big fans, like what they call air moving fans. Some of them were like big box fans, and some of them were like huge oscillating fans, and he would set them up from the front of the house. He had a big he would run two of them, like a box and an oscillator, into the kitchen, and then he had a big ass box fan on the stairs that led up from the basement to bring all that cool air in, and then he'd have another fan to move it through the rest of the house to the back room, and then he'd have the opposite window opened up to exhaust everything, and it worked pretty good. You just had to keep an eye on the wind direction.
That window right there, see that reflection?
Yeah.
That's only the top of that window, this top strip. The rest of it's like I got screen nailed up in there. But I wanted to put like a fan, like those belt drives, like a lawnmower belt.
Yeah.
Couldn't you like? Well, I mean, that's what I've been wondering was like, couldn't I just make my own?
Yeah, you could figure it out. I remember there used to be this awesome restaurant that my family used to go to, and it was set up like an 1800s tavern, and with all full of antiques and shit. And they had ceiling fans all throughout the floor of the restaurant, and they were belt driven. There was just one fan that had a motor on it.
They were
and
what?
Big ceiling fans.
Right, but they were what?
They were belt driven.
Huh?
Only one of them was hooked up. It had the motor to it to turn the belt, and the belt ran to every fan in the
Oh,
room.
okay.
And so they saved on their electricity that way.
Never heard of that.
Yeah. It was fairly decent sized restaurant. So like the belt to run all of the fans, that belt had to be 300-400 feet long.
Yeah. If I can open that back door and that front door, and right about there is the best spot in the house.
Yeah.
I'm fixing to move like my chair and all that shit this way, but that's where the plywood stops at right there. I actually really like this. All these walls, none of them are load bearing. Not a single one of them are load bearing. This is the last one right here. They basically hang it from the top. Everything's held together by staples and this cheap aluminum. That's okay. I'll just liquid nail some. Well, first I'd like to see if I can pull all that insulation out, all that old insulation out with like a hanger or something, and then maybe stuff some more up there. Tie back it or felt it, whatever. Then maybe glue a panel over it or something, or that thin plastic, something I can wipe off, or maybe even drywall. Glue that shit right on it.
Yeah.
And then seal do the barrier for the floor, where the floor and the wall is at that time, because there's no bottom plate. It's all gone. This is a 1972 trailer, Coleman trailer. Coleman used to make them. I just took that furnace out. It was right. I got a street sign on the floor covering the hole. Now that was a bitch, man. Pulling it up out of that.
Yeah, since my house is so old, at least the front portion of it, I've got some walls. They were designed not to be load bearing, but since the place is so old, like with the settling over the years and everything, we've had to put floor joists and jacks up, because if you didn't have them there, like those walls would just crash.
Yep, I understand. Yeah,
it's mostly like interior walls that are separating the front bedroom from the family room to the kitchen.
You got to be careful, Canoes. Yeah. Listen, be careful, because a lot of that stuff they used was asbestos. You can't tear it out of there.
Oh yeah, I know.
Like breed that dust.
Yeah, dude.
Even like the paneling, they had paneling, inside paneling.
Yeah,
it was straight.
Oh, I'm not. I have no plans to mess with any of that stuff. I only keep an eye on the jacks. I'll check them every year to make sure that they don't need to be adjusted anymore. And we haven't had a problem with it.
Well, that's depending on how they used to build some crazy shit back in the day, I think. But
yeah, my place is like that.
Is it? Yeah.
Because way back when my grandfather bought the farm,
People built their own
it was
houses.
right after. Well, yeah, but like the front end of
Sometimes
the
a good
house,
time.
the front
Yeah.
end of the house after my grandfather bought it, it was right after World War II, so it was probably like 1947, something like that, 1946.
Up there in your area.
He replumbed the house and had the house rewired.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And him and his two brothers did it. And none of it was to code. It was just the way that they wanted to do it.
Yeah.
And they completely well, they
no telling.
They niggerized
no telling.
I've got plumbing issues because I've got the way they designed it, it's fucked up. I've got the kitchen sink connects to the main bathroom drain for the bathtub, and it runs uphill.
Okay. Yep.
Well, how do you drain that shit if it runs uphill?
Right. Well,
If you put
probably it's like that for a reason. That's probably the only way they could make it work.
No, they just half-assed it.
Yeah.
Because if you put a level on the one pipe, like it shows about 3 to 4 degrees running uphill.
Oh.
That was deliberate.
Yeah. Well, things sag, man. Sometimes you can only. I mean,
yeah,
you got to let it ride, man. I mean, you ain't got no choice.
Yeah, I remember after my grandfather died in 2003, my dad
Good night,
had.
Susan.
Yeah, good night, Susan. Hope that issue down at your place, you can come to a good resolution with it.
You know, canoes, I think, man, back then the wiring was like ceramic little.
I've still got that in
Do you?
In certain spots, yeah.
Oh my God.
Now, this is hilarious. So after Grandpa died, my dad had an electrical contractor come out to get some of it up to code. And when they showed up and did their initial inspection, they're like, yeah, we want to talk to you. Like, you definitely need some work. But they're like, is it okay when we come back tomorrow to start, if we could have a guy with a video camera to record it all? And we're like, why would you want to do that? And he's like, so that we can train our new employees on what to look for, for old houses that are completely fucked up. Yeah, I mean, he was brutally honest about it. We're like, yeah, go right ahead. And it was the same thing after we had the chimney fire in the back room. We had to have a chimney sweep come out and clean out all. He's like, I'm gonna put a fiber optic camera up there and do some recording before I clean it out, because this is the worst creosote buildup that I have ever seen in like 30 years of working chimneys.
Wow.
Because what my dad had been doing for years, he'd go up on the roof and take the cap off the fireplace, and he would just use a brush and scrape all that shit off the walls as much as he could, and he would just let it sit on top of the firebox without cleaning it out. So there was like probably, when the fire happened, there was probably a good 10, 12 pounds of, broken off creosote right on top of the firebox. And that's what caused the chimney fire. It just overheated and ignited on its own.
Wow.
And luckily, the day that it happened, the night that it happened, I was working nights at the gas station. I wasn't there at the time. It was just my dad, and my sister was sleeping in the room with the fireplace. She was on the couch, and my dad heard, he said the sound woke him up, He said it sounded like a locomotive.
Inferno, probably.
He said it sounded like a locomotive was driving through the house.
Wow.
And he ran downstairs, and you could tell by the temperature that something was up. And he opened up the door to the fireplace, and he could barely like stand right in front of it because it was so fucking hot. And so he always kept
that whole thing was probably
it was glowing, like the firebox itself was glowing. So he always kept CO2 flares, handy. So he threw a couple of those in there, woke my sister up, and grabbed the cat and ran outside and called the fire department and told them, yeah, we got a chimney fire over here. They're like, yep, the fire station's right around the corner. They were there within 2 minutes. And when they showed up, my dad told me, he's like, I threw a couple of CO2 flares in there, and I think it's like helping out. So if you could please try and put it out with CO2 instead of water, because he didn't want the water coming, down the chimney and flooding the fucking room. And
or sand.
so they were able to get it under control just with the CO2. So we lucked out.
Yeah.
And he ran it. He was running that fireplace after he had it rechecked by the chimney sweeps. He was running it every winter up until probably about, say, 6 years ago. And he just stopped using it because it's a wood and coal burning inset fireplace, and it has an electric blower on it. And he didn't like running it anymore because in order to get the heat to move around throughout the whole house, you had to run that electric blower all the time. And with the cost of electricity, he's like, fuck it. So I have no idea if that fireplace is safe to use right now. I'd have to get a chimney sweep out here to do another inspection. It'd be nice to run it because I've got a ton of firewood.
But man,
and I spend most of my time in the back end of the house, so I wouldn't need to use the blower all that much.
Yeah, I don't play with fire canoes. I'm like you. I ain't gonna just light me on fire and then go to the other end of the house and leave it. I can't do that.
I'm pretty safe with it. My dad, on the other hand, he'd wake up like every 3 hours to check it at night when he was running it. But a lot of times he'd be completely fucking shit-faced and he wouldn't close it all the way. And I'd come home from work in the morning at like around 5:45, and I'd walk into the room and fireplace would be sitting with the flue all the way open, and one of the doors swung all the way open, and I'd close it and just when my dad would finally wake up and he'd be all hungover and everything, I'm like, you left the fucking fireplace door open with the flue open all the way. And he's like, oh fuck.
Yeah, man. We used to have them about that long. They're like metal. You got a little door in the front, and we'd run the chimney however you had to. And if it got cold, man, we'd cook on that thing. Wood burn. I cooked on oak. I cooked with oak for about 12 years, man.
Yeah, we'd cook on it occasionally. We'd roast weenies on it, on sticks, or put like a pot of soup on the.
I'd cook chicken, vegetables.
Yeah, we had the way ours was set up. There's a sandstone, chimney front, or around the box, so you could put a pot of soup up it, and it'll warm up within
Yeah.
half an hour. But you'd have to have one of the doors open.
Now, for something like that, I'd make me a little chimney out of bricks and just use pine needles and just heat up like something like that. But have you ever seen them Brinks stove? They ain't nothing but 4 pieces of sheet metal with like racks in it.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Dude, we used to cook some good food on that thing. If you get to where you can use it, with depending, I wouldn't use like rotten wood and shit, depending on what I was cooking, man. I'd cook chicken, country style ribs. That was my thing. Both of those.
Another thing my dad did, he was always a big fan of kerosene heaters.
Those stink.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't like them.
You have to, vet the house properly and everything. And
I don't like them.
He would always keep one running in the front living room and one in the family room where the fireplace was. And if he didn't feel like running that blower on the fireplace, he'd just run the kerosene heater. And it was one of those older units that looked like R2D2, a big trash can.
Yeah.
And he would cook on it.
Oh, man.
He'd put a big saucepan on top of it and like cook stew or soup and shit like that in it. And he's like, want some? It's nice and hot. And I'm like, yeah. And it smells like fucking kerosene.
Now,
like,
the only way we would cook on those would be like put a can on it and warm it up, and that's it.
Yeah.
Not open it. Because you open it.
My dad never seemed to mind it. It was the same thing with our barbecue pit outside. He would burn trash in there and then like go and like cook hot dogs and burgers, on top of it. It's like, here you go, have a burger or a dog. And I'm like, you're cooking, like you're gonna give me a burger that was cooked on a fire that had
fumes, petrol,
asphalt. He would burn shingles, asphalt shingles. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, do you know how toxic that shit is?
Right.
He's like, I'm like, yeah, Dad, no thanks.
Dude, I knew an old man. Now, he was 96 when he died last year. But he built his own house. And he used to have a buckboard buggy and a couple of horses. That's how he used to get around on. That's how long he'd been around. And they did shit different back then, man.
Yeah.
They really.
There was an old coot in my neighborhood who only died like maybe, I think about 8 years ago, and he was probably the same age, close to 100, and he lived like a total redneck hermit. Like he was at one point, he was living in a barn, and he'd sleep with his fucking horses,
right,
in the hay.
And he would, gross.
They would not issue him a driver's license anymore because he was so old, and he got around driving a buggy, a buckboard with his 2 horses, and he would only go up and down our street, and every time he did, the horses got spooked all the time by the passing traffic, and like one time he actually wrecked. The horses spooked and took him off road, and he rolled the damn thing over in a ditch. And finally the sheriff showed up and said, yeah, you can't do that, dude. He's like, well, I got my, agricultural triangle on the back there. It should be legal. He's like, yeah, but you're too old and your horses aren't trained for it. And, there's too many idiots on the road. And he told him, if I catch you on, the road again doing that, I'll arrest you. and then the barn that he was living in collapsed, and I guess he moved in with some family and died, from old age a couple months later.
Man, this guy's house had roaches on everywhere there possibly could be that was not inside, like underneath the table, underneath the ledge of the couch, everywhere. Roaches everywhere, man.
Yeah, I couldn't put up with that.
I could only go like so deep into the house, and I'd leave the door open, the side door to the house open, and sit real close to it. And then like I wouldn't I would sit on a chair, and then I wouldn't touch anything like with your elbows and shit like that. Because it was kind of gross, man.
Yeah, like in my place, like I'll be honest, I don't keep up with the cleaning as well as I should in my house.
There's clean and then there's dirt. You know what I mean? There's dirt, then there's nasty. Two different things.
Yeah. So like I get flies in the house sometimes, and that's mostly because I don't change out the trash as often as I should. But no, I won't let my house get to the point where I got fucking roaches. Dude, I remember like 15 years ago when I was working at the gas station, I went over one night to one of my employees' houses, and he lived in like a nasty fucking trailer park. And I walked in there, like as soon as I put my foot in the door and walked inside, I couldn't breathe the air in there. It was that foul. It was rotting food.
Golly.
Like boxes and garbage cans full of, like they were so fucking lazy they couldn't take that trash out. And there were fucking roaches everywhere in there.
That's
like some of the furniture was rotting because it was so like mold infested and everything. And this dude and his chick
was like it was normal.
Like, they didn't even notice it, and they were both fucking like
gross, probably.
Well, they were just complete white trash, and the girl, she had two fucking little kids in there, like 3 and 4 years old. I'm like, I was only in there for like maybe 5 minutes. And I'm like, dude, I gotta go.
No shit.
And so I left, and I was for the next couple of days, like I was thinking real hard. I'm like, that's terrible. Like I wouldn't want to be in that situation. And I'm thinking there was two fucking little kids are in there, breathing that air and everything. I almost called up family services.
And see, they don't have a choice. The kids.
Yeah. So I mean, I was really, really close to calling, even though I didn't want to get involved with it because they're shady people. I'm like, I think I should make the call. Well, the cops beat me to it. The girl had a warrant, and they served it on her, and they walked in there, and they're like, holy shit. They put their fucking gas masks on and shit.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
Took the kids and, immediately put them in foster care and everything. And it turned out that the girl was growing weed like in all the closets in her bedroom and shit. So they nailed her before, because this is back when Ohio was still real anti-marijuana. So she did a lot of time. Yeah, she never saw the kids again.
That's
she
why
lost full custody.
I never grown a single plant, Canoes, never. Just because they'll take all your shit, buddy, or used to, and throw you in jail. Felonies. They take your property, everything. That's how it used to be.
It was so like this made the papers out here when they had the court case, and they had a couple of the people from child services show up at the court hearing and gave testimony and were showing photographs and video from inside the house and everything. And the judge presiding over the case said that it was in over 30 years of being on, the bench, he had never seen anything like it. He's like, this is the worst conditions.
Man.
He's like, how can you even consider yourself a human being if you're subjecting your kids to that?
Yeah,
And he made certain that she lost custody of her kids forever. She was like, yeah,
they were bad.
Yeah, it was bad. She spent like probably a good 8 to 10 years in jail.
Oh, probably did her good. To tell you the truth.
Probably not.
Well, 3 square meals.
No.
I mean, now you'll kind of get fat, but you'll get nutrients that you didn't used to get. You know what I mean? And then they'll have laundry for, done for them.
I never heard what happened after she got out of prison. At that point, I didn't care.
Dude, I nothing to do like with that. I can sweep the floor when it gets too, dirt, because I throw my Q-tips over there. I'm going bald a little bit, but I sweep it up. My place don't stink. That's what Mom says. She says, no, you might have dirt, because I do have dirt on the floor, on a little bit sand, but it ain't nasty. You know what I mean? There ain't no cat, my cat don't shit on the floor in here or nothing, because I've had to clean that up out of there before. But anyways,
I've had that problem too with my cats. My cats, when my dad died, like it psychologically fucked with the cats' heads.
Right.
Like,
yeah. I remember that one was declawed, wasn't it?
There's one declawed and one still has her claws, but like their whole lifestyle just went out the window from what they were used to. And for the first 2 years, a year and a half after he died, the cats refused to use the fucking litter boxes.
Yeah.
Even when I, put brand new clean litter in it, it washed out, the box between, changes, they would not use it. They were just shitting everywhere.
Oh, man. I had something like that before.
It turned out, I finally figured out what it was. It was the particular brand of cat litter that I was using. My dad used this one kind of litter, and to this day, I still don't know where he was buying it from, but I could never find it. So it was the scent of the litter that made him not want to use the litter boxes.
Yeah.
And then after searching everywhere, all the local stores, I found something similar to the brand he was using on the Amazon and started buying it and
mixing it out.
Yeah. Haven't had a problem since.
Dude, my mom has a white cat, and beautiful cat, a male, and he's probably 5 or 6, 7 years old. But about 4 or 5 years ago, when he used to go outside, these dogs got after him, and he climbed up a tree, like way up at 30 feet up this tree. And he was up there for about 45 minutes, hanging on before, I found him. Because I kept calling for him, and I didn't see him nowhere. But this fucker was up in this tree the whole time. I didn't know it. Because I didn't look up. That's how high up he was, this tree. And he had to have been tired holding on to this thing, So I talked him down out of there, but he was never the same after that, in a weird way. And then Mom has another cat that I gave her. He was a kitten, and he's black, mostly black with a little bit of white on him. And the white one will not get along with the black one. The black one don't know no better. He's just a good-hearted, boy. He's just friendly.
Yeah.
You don't know he ain't never had to fight. He was about this big. He was this big when I gave him to mom. But anyways, that white cat, man, he'll look at him and just go, yeah. He will not tolerate even looking at this pork. And it's got something to do with that tree. It did something to the cat's brain, is what I think. Isn't that funny? Boy, my mom loves her cats, man. Frankie is the black one. I've been calling him Jumanji. That's mama's number one boy right there. And the white one, he's number 2 now. He used to be number 1. But had these little kittens, man. This little teeny tiny black one, man. I'd go in there and feed him, and he'd get on my shoe. He'd get right there on top of my shoe. Because he was so small, the other ones would just knock him over just walking by him. And like when I go over there in the mornings, they'll, we'll feed him, mom will feed him. Well, the black one, he'll take a couple bites and he'll get excited and go wee and run off down the hallway. And he'll wait to go use the bathroom till I get there. And like if I'm eating breakfast, I'll eat and watch TV. Yeah, that's when he waits to take him a dump. It's weird.
Cats can develop real strange habits.
But he starts howling like there's something wrong with him.
Yep. My cats, they do that too. And you'll hear them downstairs. You think there's something going on. You walk downstairs. Nope, nothing going on. He's just sitting on something, and he just wanted a little bit of attention.
Well,
And mine will let me know if they're hungry. And
Yeah.
I try to feed them like 3 times a day and give them like a little snack in the evening. They'll start
They'll let you know.
some days, like if I sleep in really late, like I'll have days where I'll be in bed for most of the day and miss 2 of their feedings. Then you start hearing them knocking shit down in the kitchen, like off the counters and shit.
Looking for it.
Like they'll knock my ashtray over and like my coffee jar. And a couple of times, the young one, she would jump up on the stove and fucking piss all over the stove.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's like, yeah,
Dude.
yeah. She could be a little bitch.
Some of the ones that were doing that, I tried to break them up. I took them down the road and I said, "Here you go. See you later." And mom saved that black one. She saved his life. She had to give him like 3 baths to get all the fleas off of him. He was only 1 pound.
Yeah, I got to go through and dose up my cats because they got the fleas again. Now I'm gonna have to bug bomb a couple of the rooms downstairs.
Let me show you what you do, Canoes, and you won't get flea bit in the meantime while you're doing that. You got to use this 40%. Ooh, that's it.
No.
See it?
Yeah.
Watch. And then wipe it around your sock, right there around your ankle. And then I'll do it like on mine.
I have a similar product.
A little bit right there.
Um,
You won't get flea bit.
Yeah,
whole
see,
time.
with me,
Trust me.
if I start getting uh like
They'll
because
jump on you.
they go through stages like between juvenile, adult, and the egg
Yeah.
stage. So you have to like treat your room at different points of time.
Yeah.
And right now I'm going through an adult
Yeah.
phase,
It's
and the
hard.
fleas got up in there in my room probably about a month and a half ago. What works for me, um, I have this flea spray that's all natural ingredients, doesn't have any toxins. It's just a bunch of like herbal essential oils and shit. And I'll spray that on my ankles and my legs. Um, and I haven't flea bombed up here
Hey, Jake.
since spring. And the I use those light traps that
Yeah.
you use a little night light bulb in there, and it
I
has a
want to try them.
sticky. It had they work. They have like a circular, probably like a 9-inch diameter sticky pad that you put in the
Okay.
base of the unit. Those things work awesome.
That's
When I
probably
put
all I need.
I put it in my bedroom and turned it on 2 weeks ago, and within 2 days, almost all the fleas were gone. Trapped in there because they get so um, excited by the light, they can't resist going in there. And I catch some spiders and some flies in it too, but like I've only had that. I put a brand new pad, sticky pad in there 2 weeks ago. It's probably got about 5,000 bugs in it already.
Wow. That's probably
Yeah.
all I need for it, because I can get them like run out of an area, but they'll come back, because the cat.
Yeah.
You know.
And for a while, over the last couple of years, because of the supply chain issues and all that bullshit, those traps were hard to find. And mostly, like the big brand that started those things was it wasn't Raid, it was another company, Vector, the Vector Mousetrap company.
Yep.
They or Victor, yeah. And the actual unit itself, you can get for probably $15 to $20, and the replacement sticky pads, the price shot up during COVID. The last couple of years like crazy.
Right.
You couldn't even find them on Amazon, but they have a couple knockoff companies that were selling them from China. And I bought a pack of those. They work fucking great.
Good. Have you heard of them? Just, I think they like rig some kind of a small dish pan with dishwashing liquid. I think you ever heard of that? And then a light
for certain bugs. I don't know if it would work with fleas.
Yeah.
I think that's more for flying insects and spiders and stuff.
Hey, Jake, you smoke weed?
I don't think so.
Cause we I'm sure like to blaze it around here, man.
Well, actually, it's 3:30.
Is it?
Oh yeah. Shit. I'm gonna call it a night.
Yeah, I'm ready to crash too after this.
I still got to eat something before I crash. So
I ran out of M&Ms. I got to figure something out because this ain't.
Alrighty, bro. It was good talking to you.
Hey, hang on. Can you hang on? What? 1 minute, buddy. 1 minute.
Oh man. Oh, dude, like a week ago, I had a sweet tooth, and I had like absolutely nothing sweet that was like readily available. So I went up into this one cabinet that my dad used to keep some baking supplies in, and I found a jar of cake frosting that was like 2 years past expiration date. Dude, I opened that thing up and started, munching on it with a spoon. And after like 4 or 5 bites, I'm like, this don't taste right. Like it was all like stale on the top. Like, the stuff on the inside was still okay.
Right.
But like everything that was on the top and the sides, it almost tasted like it had been exposed to a bunch of cigarette smoke. It had like a smoky like tang to it. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna throw that out.
That was that. That was that kerosene tang.
Yeah, it could have been.
20 years ago. Well, no, it wasn't that out of date.
Yeah, it was like 2 years out of date.
Boy, my teeth almost flew out that time.
So I went to my last resort. I had a container of that Hershey's liquid syrup in the fridge that I used to make chocolate milk with. And I just opened up the bottle and poured it straight in my mouth.
Yeah. And it was that's the oral IV.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah. That's a
yeah, because I really keep sweets around the house. Because I've been trying, to eat healthy the last few years. So like my dad, he'd keep cookies around the house all year long. There were always cookies around or ice cream.
Did you see all the bags of M&Ms?
Shit.
Did you see all these bags of M&Ms I got, Canoes?
Yeah.
Those are party size.
Yeah.
Huge.
I'm not a big fan of candy.
It depends. I'll get a taste for it and then eat it for like 2 months straight by the bag.
I couldn't do that.
Never.
Like for me, I like to keep like a pint of ice cream around in the fridge. It'll last for a couple of months before it gets freezer burned. If I get a sweet tooth, I'll have a couple of spoonfuls of that, or I'll make a chocolate milk. But since it's just me in the house, I don't do any baking anymore. Like I used to, when my dad and my grandpa were around, I used to bake pies all the time and shit like that. My dad was always making brownies and cakes and shit. But yeah, I don't do that anymore.
Yeah, not for one person. I mean,
yeah. Fuck, man, I went to try to. I was gonna make a bowl of pudding up, like the instant Jello pudding, the other day, and I opened it up. It's full of bugs.
Oh man.
Yeah, like the little. You get moths in your pantry, and they come from the little larva bugs that chew into the boxes of like pasta and flour and shit like that. And sure enough, they ate my fucking pudding. And so I made Jello instead. I had some Jello they hadn't got it into.
I tell you, I had something the other day that was my mom's friend baked a cake and it was orange. It was orange cake, like I guess dry on the inside, but the frosting was vanilla. It almost tasted like Fruity Pebbles, man.
Oh, that's cool.
It was pretty good.
Man,
I keep all my food in plastic just in case, like, so that I don't get bugs, you know what I mean, or whatever. I
Yeah,
just snack here.
around here, the problem is these bugs are all coming in from at the warehouses and the grocery stores. So they're already in the box, as little eggs.
Mm.
And once, they're taken out of cold storage, they start to hatch, and then you'll have the larva, inside they're, getting bigger and bigger. And then you go to open up the box of whatever you bought, and it's half full of bugs. So what I have to do nowadays, anything like flour or baking mixes, like Bisquick, stuff like that. When I buy it, I immediately throw it in the deep freeze and let it,
Oh yeah,
freeze for about 2 weeks before I take it out and put it in the pantry. And
that's a good
that
idea.
usually kills the bugs before they start to take over.
That's a good idea.
You kind of have to, because I mean, those food warehouses and the grocery stores are just inundated with the stuff.
Wow, I didn't even know that.
I've seen it like about 2 years ago. I was at my local IGA store, and it was a box of brownie mix that was in the baking aisle, and I lifted it up, and as soon as I lifted it up, like the corner of the box started leaking all this powder and everything. And I looked real close at the box, and there's little holes in the cardboard from the bugs, boring out from the inside out. And I called when I put the box back, and I went and grabbed the manager. I'm like, I got something you need to see. And I walked him over, and I'm like, you see this box here? He's like, yeah. I lifted it up, and he saw all the shit poured out of it. He's like, oh, it's just bad glue on the flap. It's just leaking. I'm like, no, pick up the box and look at it close. And he saw all the bug holes and everything. And he's like, I've never seen that before. I'm like, you got a bug problem, man. Yeah.
Wow.
It gets really bad with pasta. Like if you get a box or a bag of macaroni or rotini or something like that, you got to use it immediately or do the deep freeze. Because if you let it sit in your cabinet for a month or so and pull it out, like all the pasta has holes in it.
Oh,
and
man.
yeah, there's little spots of bug shit all smeared inside the box. Gross as fuck.
Dude, I better check Mom's, man. She's got a small shelving unit type pantry, but I should check some of that stuff on that, man.
Yeah, just pick up the box or the bag and give it a good couple of shakes and see if anything falls out of the corner of the box or out of the bag, like powdery. And if so, look closer and look for, tiny little pinholes in the cardboard or the plastic.
I'm gonna check. She's got some boxes of pasta, but the only thing I cook out of there is those. You see those pouches of mashed potatoes that for like $1?
Instant. Yeah, I buy those all the time. I love them.
Yeah, I love them too, man. They don't
I've
fill
only
you up.
seen I've only seen bugs get into those kind of packaging like maybe once or twice, because the plastic, it's multi-layered, and it seems to stop the bugs better than say just like one layered cheapy plastic bag of pasta does.
Well, sometimes it's not even in the bag; it's just in the box.
Yeah,
I almost said equate. The Great Value, like spiral noodles, they're just right there in the box.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to watch out for those.
I should check. That's good.
And like boxes of macaroni and cheese, stuff like that, like Kraft mac and cheese meals. You go and open up the box, and it's just the pasta is not bagged up. It's just sitting inside the cardboard, and then
Yeah.
you pull the little pouch of the cheese mix out of there, and it's like completely. It's got holes in it, and it's all clumped up inside because the bugs bring in humidity.
I won't
And
eat that, man.
yeah,
I ain't-
yeah, it's disgusting.
Dang. I do look at pretty much everything before I eat it nowadays because
Yeah,
actually, like you see these people go to these church functions and they got the big stuff set out on the table. Some of that stuff, man, I after a couple people done went over it and picked through it or whatever they did, I ain't gonna eat it, man. I'm not gonna eat that.
yeah, you can run into the same problems at buffet style restaurants.
Right.
Um, You gotta be careful with
Yeah.
the buffets. Like if I'm trying out a new buffet restaurant, I'll walk around and actually look and see if they have thermometers out so the stuff's holding at the right temperature. I'll see how clean the serving utensils are. And
Man, I
if it
haven't been
looks
to one.
if it looks sketchy at all, if the sneeze guards aren't clean, I'll walk right out. But
Yeah.
the thing is, a lot of those buffets, ended up closing up when COVID happened
Did they?
because everybody freaked out and they're like, "Oh, there's multiple people touching, the food and everything." And dude, there used to be this great Chinese buffet, right on the edge of Cleveland that me and my dad would go to, and they closed it. They didn't have any problems in that particular place, but it was just like the public fear. They lost all their
Wow.
business. They
Wow.
closed up temporarily so that they could make some changes to make it a little safer. They never ended up reopening. It was a
Wow.
shame. They had great food.
I ain't been to a buffet like that in 10 years.
Me and my dad used to go to this place at least once every other month. Yeah, he would
I
take
used to
his
like 'em.
girlfriend there probably once a week.
I used to love them, dude. I used to like Shoney's. I don't give a damn. Half the food comes out of a bag, but I didn't.
Yeah. I've been to Shoney's once in my life, and I actually loved it.
It's pretty decent.
They had ham stuffed green beans.
Oh yeah. Now they probably make
like
that.
I had never seen them before anywhere. I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever. And we don't have Shoney's up here.
Oh, you're talking about the green pigs in a blanket type thing. They call them pigs in a blanket. Some places.
This is just like straight up a green bean that they shove ham inside. I don't know if they do it anymore or if they do it differently. Like when I went to this one, it was in Kentucky. And
Yeah, because they used to be like a Big Boys, I think.
Yeah, it was kind of like a Big Boys. Yeah. And it had, an all you can eat salad bar that you could buy along with your meal. And yeah, we tried, he had these stuffed green beans, and I was like, I'd never seen or heard of them before. And my mom's like, I don't know if you're going to like those. And I piled up my plate with them and took my first bite. I'm like, holy shit, that's good. But we don't have Shoney's anywhere. You got to go to Kentucky or West Virginia. That's the closest ones around anymore.
Honestly, me and Mom, we're afraid to go to like these, even McDonald's. I don't eat out of none of these places.
Yeah, there's certain places I won't go into.
Yeah. because just
Like there's
picky. I
they,
don't know.
they call them down by you. They call them checkers.
Yeah.
We get it, they're known as rallies up
Rallies.
here.
Yep. You can buy the French
And-
fries.
I used to love them, but I've been cut. There's only one location in my area that I'll go to anymore. There's a few on the west side of Cleveland that like I just will not go to because
Yeah.
I've gone in there before, and the employees are lazy and they don't clean.
Right.
Like I went to this one that was in Cleveland with a friend of mine, and she ordered first, and then she looks at me and she's like, well, why don't you make your order? I'm like, I'm gonna pass. And she's like, why not? Why are you gonna pass? And I'm like, can you look in the like over the counter into the kitchen? Do you see all that shit on the floor and on the counters and everything? It looks like they hadn't swept or mopped in like a year. I mean, it was gross. I'm like, I'm not eating here.
Dude. I'll not eat. I don't have a problem with that.
And like, I used to love Big Boy. Big
Oh, me
Boy was
too.
huge in our area, but
Me too.
they started closing up a lot of the locations.
Yeah.
Um,
They sold off the half of the franchise, I think, and then turned it into Shoney's, and then another. It don't even exist anymore.
the only one that was left after they did the closings was in the next town over, and we stopped eating there because consecutively for like 3 visits that my family went there, they served us raw food.
Oh, that ain't cool.
Like
man.
raw fucking chicken, completely
Yeah,
pink on the inside. I'll refuse. I would never go back to that.
Yeah, no. You know, I learned how to cook, but
Yeah.
you know,
Raw food, yeah,
yeah.
that's just I ain't putting up with that.
I'm not gonna serve it to anybody if I'm not gonna eat it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna.
Or over like expired food,
Yeah,
like
if
at
I'm
little
not,
mom and pop restaurants.
yeah.
We had one. There's a little mom and pop diner that's about 5 miles away from me, and a buddy of mine worked there in the kitchen for just a couple of months before he left, and he was telling me that
How
the
gross it was.
health department came in there to do their biannual inspection, and they shut the place down because they were keeping all their salad making stuff, like the lettuce and the tomatoes and the onions and the shredded cheese in containers, and
It was too hot.
they didn't empty the containers out after the stuff expired. They would just add more product on top of it.
Oh my goodness.
And like my friend's like, yeah, he's like, they deserve to be shut down because once you got to the bottom of that container, it was all mold.
Oh my
Like,
goodness.
yeah.
That's why you don't start beating and banging on the pans. You don't want to knock something loose. You don't want to knock something loose that ain't supposed to be. There's a way I wouldn't cook for anybody some shit like that. You know what I mean?
No, definitely
No,
not.
never.
And now that just now, since I'm starting back at my old store as the cook, I am going to have to take a test and get certified by the county health department. To be as they call it
Cross-contaminate. Yep.
Yeah,
Simple.
it's a classification.
Yep.
You get a certificate, but you can do it in person and take the class, or you can do it online if you have a web camera. So I could do it that way, but it cost $125 to take the test. And if you fail it, you have to completely retake the test and pay another $125.
What you'll need to know is your temperatures for pork.
Oh
and
yeah,
chicken.
I've taken the test
Yeah.
before. You know, back when I worked at Speedway, I had to take it. But you know,
And-
Speedway is a big corporate company, so they footed the
Speedway.
bill for it.
And
I
you
don't
might-
know how it's. I doubt.
Like if you handle money, there might be another like a.
Oh no, my job is strictly in the
Okay, then
kitchen
you
and
have
the
to worry
deli.
about that.
Yeah, they.
That won't be your job, so you don't have to.
Yeah,
But-
I imagine they're gonna have me, you know, try to work up front and everything on during quiet spells, but the cook that just left, she basically said that for the past 2 months, basically, if she makes it look like she's busy in the back, they won't ask you to do anything up front. So just move around and, you know, not slack off, and you won't have to do any of the work up front.
And I worked at a Waffle House for about 3 weeks, man. And now there, you got to be like you. Sometimes you wouldn't get a break to smoke, you know,
Yeah.
or even
Yeah,
to-
I'm familiar with how Waffle House operates and trains their employees. They have to do stuff a certain way every single time.
well, the way they marked the plate. Yeah, it was.
And
2000
even like if you're working behind the counter,
Yeah.
they have certain places where you're supposed to stand, you know, and you're not like supposed to leave that certain, you know, couple of square feet.
It will when it's busy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I seen a poor waitress, man. She kept messing up this pancake. Might have been a waffle. Chocolate chip.
Yeah.
Man, she cried. I felt sorry for her. I quit. I going to work one day, smoked me a big old fat joint. This is back when I smoked doobies. You know, not oil. Smoked me a big old fat joint, and I driving to work a little bit early. And I drove by, man, and it was packed. And I look back, you know, you can see the grill. And there was one cook, you know, and that was my job to cook.
Yeah.
Hey, I kept going. I kept going. I said, well, let me just turn around and drive back because I'm early. You know, maybe it thinned out a little bit. I think it was like a Saturday night or something like that, about evening time, just getting dark, and it was even. It was packed, man. I said, nope, I quit. I was the only one that could do that shit because they had this way that they mark the plates, right? With the salt pack or whatever, the jelly pack and shit like that. But
Yeah, I saw that on the video I watched.
yeah, it's complicated, but
Yeah, it looked like I if I was there, you know, being trained on that, I would just look at the person like deer in the headlights look. I'm like, you're telling me what?
yeah, I never could. I mean, you can kind of figure it out, but what it is, you just start throwing shit on the grill. and you don't stop. And it's crazy. I couldn't do it, man.
Yeah, see, the way my store does their food service, like for breakfast, like what I have to do, you know, I'm the first person in the building in the morning.
Okay. Right.
So
So
what I
everything's
do,
clean and ready to go.
well, supposed to
Should
be
be.
clean. It all
Should be.
depends on, you know, the evening shift.
Right. Right.
Um,
Should be.
I open up the doors, immediately walk up to the alarm to disarm the alarm. I log into the register, bring the cash drawers out from the office, put them in the registers, and then I go into the back, turn on the hot case, turn on the fryer, turn the coffee makers on, and make like the first thing you actually do is make coffee, and then start putting all this, go into the cooler unit, pull out everything you need for all the breakfast sandwiches.
Oh, so you guys do breakfast? Oh, man.
Yeah, like not like it's all like mostly
To go.
frozen shit that you put together. Like we'll do like croissant sandwiches. You gotta,
Okay, yeah,
you
yeah.
know, the day before we'll pull out some out of the freezer and have them thawed out for the next day. So you pull out the thawed ones, and then you go into the deli and pull out, you know, a package of American cheese, and then we have pre-cooked bacon that we just warm up in the microwave. You have to
Hell yeah.
get pre-made pork patties, and they used to microwave them, but I'm like, you don't microwave pork, so I throw them in the deep fryer for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
And
I'm real careful with the microwave. If I ever microwave anything, I do it a certain way.
I try to. I'll warm up the bacon in that, but that's it. I won't cook meat in a microwave. Never.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
So basically, it's just like either croissants or English muffins, and you just, you know, sausage or bacon, cheese, and then we have egg. We have frozen egg patties that we thaw out and zap in the microwave and put on.
Well, I bet you make a killing on them, man.
Well, we used to until COVID killed all the, you know, the work crew traffic that we used to get in the store. Now it's like like today we made 8 sandwiches, 4 breakfast burritos, and a couple containers of hash browns. And
oh man,
we only sold like half of it. That was it. And after you're done prepping breakfast, you go around, you check to see if any of the deli salads need to be made, and about half of the salads that we carry are already pre-made. We buy them from, you know, another supplier, and they just need to be, you know, put in the deli containers and put out. And then like 3 or 4 salads we actually need to make ourselves
and
like
label them and date them and shit. Yeah, dude,
yeah,
you can stay on top of that.
And I've been doing that shit for years. So
I didn't like the Waffle House.
We have to make egg salad. We make our tuna salad. We make our chicken salad, and there's a pasta salad that we get from a vendor that we add a few things to. Like we'll put pepperoni chunks, cheese chunks, and some extra pasta in it. And
I like them suddenly salads.
And then we get oh yeah, I like those too.
I love the shit out of them, man.
We have a cold case where we make cold sandwiches, like turkey and cheese, ham and cheese, roast beef and cheese.
They call them po boys. That's what they call them, po boys.
Well, up here, a po' boy is any kind of sandwich that you put coleslaw and fries into.
Okay.
Yeah, and we don't do that. So,
right. Okay. Yeah. Have you ever heard of a? Have you ever heard of a?
Say again.
Do they put coleslaw on chili dogs up there?
No, that's not something around here. See, the term po' boy means.
Well, it's not a po' boy. It's not a po' boy though.
Okay.
Like on a chili dog, you ever put coleslaw in there?
No.
Oh man, they do that here, I think, but I do that
around here. Chili dogs, the most they'll put on is cheese.
Oh man, dude, try it with coleslaw.
Or occasionally, some people put sauerkraut on them, but yeah,
Try it with coleslaw. I promise you, man, really good.
I've never been a fan of chili dogs.
Me neither. Actually, but they'll surprise you. Those are
But
very
like
good.
here in the Cleveland area, any restaurant that sells a po' boy is usually, if you order one, you're gonna get like a fried sausage, like a kibasi style sausage on a bun with some barbecue sauce, coleslaw, and French fries all mashed into the bun.
Wow.
That's what they call a po' boy up here.
Wow.
And they haven't been around that like maybe 20 years. That stuff started showing up at the restaurants around here, and I don't care for it. I hate coleslaw. I'm not a fan of coleslaw.
Down here they got bologna. They make po' boys with bologna and pickles. I think mayonnaise. But the Cuban sandwiches are good.
I like a good Cuban, but I'm picky about them. A lot of them, the places around here that sell Cubans, they love to season it with rosemary. Like they'll bake rosemary into the bread and everything. I hate rosemary.
I'm not sure exactly about. But there is a certain way that they make it. That's
if I go to a place, if they don't have rosemary on it, I'll order it and love it. But I hate fucking rosemary.
Dude, I don't think I like rosemary either myself, or would I want it in a sandwich, man. I don't like that way it smells. It smells like
the same thing with basil. It's too strong.
It smells like a weed.
Yeah, it's overpowering.
Yeah.
Like if someone puts it on like a salad or a pizza or a burger or something like that. The only thing I'll eat like a spaghetti sauce that has just a little bit of basil in it, but like very lightly. It's just too much.
I think I'm having issues with my thing here, man. My thing is leaking.
Yeah, so like today we made up a bunch of cold sandwiches for the cold case. Like we made
you should call it cold case files.
We made like 8 hoagies, like 4 Italian hoagies and 4 American hoagies. And then we made like 4 egg salad sandwiches, 4 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Here's another idea. When you open the freezer door, it could go do dee do dee do dee do do dee do dee do do.
No.
No, it's stupid.
Our freezer, if you leave the doors open for more than like 8 seconds, an alarm goes off and it's really annoying. It's like I'm standing right in front of the freezer. Yes, I know the door is open.
Dude, I worked at a Steak and Shake, man, and we'd go into that freezer and open up a box of whipped cream.
Dude, Steak and Shake is not what it used to be.
No.
They closed up so many locations.
They are good. They're good burgers now. I'll tell you that.
I like the food there. But ever since COVID happened, the one that's closest to me, it used to be full service, sit down inside type place. Now it's completely carry out or delivery. Like if you walk inside, the only thing that's in there is like a computerized kiosk that you just punch your order into. There's no seating there anymore.
Wow.
It looks strange because the whole place is empty except for this kiosk. Yeah, and it's a shame because they got good food, but I want to sit down and eat it, you know. But that was all overreaction to COVID.
I know, right? After I quit that Waffle House job, I started working at Steak and Shake for about 6 months, 4 6 months. And they made me wear the bow tie. That's why I quit that job.
Yeah, that's why I like working where I'm at. No dress code. You just can't be. You can't show up with like torn jeans.
I looked like Pee
ripped
Wee
up.
Herman
Yeah.
with the white shirt and the bow tie. I swear I look just like Pee Wee Herman. I quit, man. Just because of that bow tie. I look like Pee Wee Herman, man. I swear to God, Canoes. They made me wear it, right? You had to wear like a white, I had to wear long sleeve because of my tattoos.
Yeah.
Long sleeve, white button up shirt, black pants, and a red bow tie. And it says, go to the break room and take this test. So I walked by the mirror. They had a full length mirror, and I walked by it and did a double take, man. And then I went like
The only
this.
job.
I look like Pee Wee Herman.
The only job I've ever had that I had to wear a tie was working at a big grocery store, and it just seemed like the dress code there was black slacks, white button-down shirt, and a black tie. It's like, I'm just stocking groceries. And they still want me to wear a tie. But I'm like, whatever, because it wasn't dorky like a bow tie. It was just a regular necktie.
Yeah, I couldn't wear it, man. It you had to button up that top button to. They wouldn't even work with me on it.
Man, that's like when I was working at the gas station. All right, I was there for 13 years, and it used to be you had a uniform shirt that was just it was a polo shirt, real nice looking. It was easy to wear.
Yeah.
Never had a problem with that. But like the last year that I was there, the company was trying to change their image, and they brought in new shirts that they made us wear that were like they were bowling shirts. And they were athletically cut with stretchy fabric, but it was like
Nylon,
almost 100% polyester.
Yeah,
There was like no cotton in it, so it was super scratchy.
yeah.
And like I would break out in hives wearing this thing, and I told them, I'm like, I can't wear it. And so I started showing up wearing an undershirt that it was like a Fruit of the Loom plain white undershirt. And they're like, you can't wear that. I'm like, I can't wear what? They're like, your undershirt. I'm like, you can't even see that it's on me. They're like, well, like the white's poking out at your collar and at the end of your sleeves. I'm like, that's because the shirt makes me itch like crazy. You're gonna actually fight this with me over this? They're like,
That's crazy.
yeah. And at that point, I was done. I left like a month later.
Yeah, I would have to.
At the time, because these things are athletically cut.
Yeah.
So if you've got any kind of body fat, it shows and bulges out because they're super tight. And I was kind of chubby at that point, and I looked like shit.
Yeah, dude, I don't blame you, man. And they're worried about the wrong thing to begin with.
Yeah, definitely.
A shirt. Why not worry about my hairy balls? Why? Why not? You can't see those either. But my last job was 2012 Canoes, and I couldn't work for idiots, and I couldn't do it. I could not do
I get it.
Couldn't do it. It was Dollar Tree. Simple job.
Oh, Dollar Tree is one of the worst places to work around here.
It's a simple job,
The
but
people that they've been
oh
hiring for like the last 10 years, it's almost like they're retarded.
yes,
They're lazy. They,
oh
you
my
know,
god,
the
retard.
store will have like 15 customers inside of it, and they'll just be wandering around the aisles very slowly putting
Not
stock
looking
up,
at you.
and you'll have like 3 people at the register, and they'll wait until someone actually complains to run up to the register.
Dude, I
It's
couldn't
been like
believe.
that ever since they came to my town. And lately, because of all, the the post-COVID employment,
Yeah,
problem, they can't even find like stupid people to work there. Like
wow.
they had to change their hours because they couldn't get enough people to cover the shifts.
Wow.
Um, it's a shame because I do like the Dollar Tree,
I
even
did
though
too.
they up the prices up to a
Yeah,
$1.25, but
that's what
still
mom said.
for most of the items in there, it's still a good deal. It's like you can't
Sometimes.
go to the grocery. Yeah, sometimes, but like
Now,
where else
yeah,
could you go and get a gallon of bleach for a buck
right.
25?
Yeah, with a bucket,
Or
with a bucket and a brush.
bottle of Lysol, and
Dude,
then
I used to,
I buy food there. I buy their canned goods.
I was sticking
Um,
everything in my pocket when I worked there.
yeah, been there, done that.
You want me to tell you how stupid they was, man? One example. When the truck would come, the semi truck would come and pull up to the back door. They had this roller thing that they would hook up the back of the truck, and they'd unload the boxes, like hundreds of boxes, and they might be like books in one and
Yeah,
like, just box. Well, then they had these carts, like these big blue carts that they'd roll the boxes down the thing, and then had like 7 carts. Each one would get whatever boxes. Well, the carts would roll around outside on the pavement at the end of the little ramp, when they'd slide down off the ramp.
yeah,
The parking lot out there, it was a little bit uneven, so the carts wouldn't quite stay, they'd roll around. So the manager started labeling each cart like kitchen, food, wine, whatever.
yeah.
And they pushed the cart all the way to the other end of the store, empty. And you had to walk with holding the boxes all the way to the farthest point in the store. You couldn't go any farther unless you went outside and went on the other side of the wall, and then load the carts that way instead of loading the carts at the truck and then pushing them back there. Right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you just basically made 7 people make about 20 or 30 trips carrying these boxes to load them onto these carts. Well, I said, sir, why don't we load the carts here and then push them all back there? And we don't have to each one of us walk back and forth. Because you're talking about a couple 100 feet there and back, holding, crazy. He says, well, the carts don't stay there. They roll around. I said, look at here, man. And I kicked some fucking sand and some, that mulch they use. I kicked some mulch up under them wheels. I said, look at there. I said, nah, it won't roll. How hard is that to take a box and set it down? Or get a stack of boxes and then walk to the farthest point. I mean, you couldn't even walk farther if you wanted to. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I said, why do you push the carts all the way to the other end of the store? He couldn't figure it out. Kind of hard to explain, but
Yeah, I remember. Do you guys got Circle K stores out there?
Oh yeah, there's one. They just built one. Yeah, or two. Actually, I think you got two.
Yeah, okay, we've what Dairy Mart is too, right?
The what?
Dairy Mart,
Oh, like a
little convenience store.
yeah,
They basically like around here in Ohio, Dairy Mart was a big company, and they sold off most of their businesses to Circle K like 20 years ago.
Okay.
And they opened up a Circle K in my old town. And it was both a gas station and a convenience store. And it was at a major intersection, so it was a pretty big store. And I worked there. That was the last job that I had before I moved out to where I'm at now. And yeah, this is like right around 2000. And I got a job there, and I was only there for I think like 4 months tops. And the way they had that store set up, it was so fucked up. The managers were just awful people. They didn't care about their employees. They were total corporate suck ups. Everybody had to follow all the retarded rules that they set up. Like they had an intercom system at the register that was connected to the gas pump area outside. They wanted us to greet every single fucking car as it pulled up to each pump. I'm like, I'm not doing that. Fuck this. And then it got so like all the employees refused to do it. So like basically they ended that. But the way that they designed the store, it was hilarious. They took in all the deliveries through one back door that was like at the center of the store. Against the back wall, and where that door was located,
block the parking lot.
It was right next to the bathrooms, and the entrance to the cooler. And when you had the cooler door open, it blocked the camera that was facing inside. So. And there was no outdoor camera outside behind the store. The only outdoor cameras they had were facing the pumps. So when we got our beer deliveries in, what I would do after I was done putting the deliveries away and stocking the shelves and putting other shit in the back stock area, I had a whole bunch of empty crates. Like milk crates, and then the shells that some of the beer came in. I would load them up on the dolly along with all the empty cardboard boxes and the plastic wrap and everything. And I'd leave that cooler door open and the back door so that the camera was blocked. And I'd fill up like the bottom two milk crates with 6-packs and 12-packs and shit, and just wheel them right outside the building and stack them up against the back wall, and then put another row of empty crates in front of it so that you couldn't see it. And we'd close up the store at midnight or whatever it was. I think it was midnight. And then me and the manager would leave. Well, I'd come back like an hour later. Just walk behind, there's no way to see you on camera. And I'd walk back there and just, move a couple stacks of crates around and load up my backpack with all this free beer.
Knocking them on the head.
I took so much fucking beer out of there. I'm talking like during 4 months, I probably stole about 10 grand worth of beer. And they never noticed it because they had no like computerized inventory control. So they didn't know what was coming in and out of that place. Right. It never got flagged at the registers or nothing. They were just losing money and they had no idea about it. And I would take where I was living was like a half mile down the road. There was an apartment complex and then a condo complex. And I was in the condos and I would just take it out and stash it on in the garage of where I was living and wait for all the kids that lived in the apartment complex that were coming home from school. And I'd walk over into the parking lot and just sell it to kids. Like a bunch of 16 and 17-year-olds, that didn't have fake licenses or anything. It was hilarious.
Man, we used to get when the beer truck would pull up the back of the store, the guy would go in, and that's when we'd go on the other side and open up the seat. Well, if they were unlocked.
Yeah. Yep. I know the roll up doors on the sides of the trailer. Yep. Now, at certain areas like in Cleveland, where there's stores that get deliveries like that, they'll have the driver of the truck do the delivery inside the store, and he rides along with a security guard who just guards the truck, because you get so many of the hood rats that'll try to sneak up and do that.
Man, I used to like Molson Ice. You ever been to Georgia?
No.
They got these drive-through or drive-up liquor stores, and but they're not open on Sundays.
Yeah.
But once you get to know them, man, you can run a tab with them.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's cool to be able to.
Yeah, certain like mom and pop convenience stores and stuff around here will let you run a tab, but
Really?
you got to be like a long time customer, like
Yeah.
at least 10 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially nowadays. Well, it's a different time. This was 96 when I. Man, I was good friends with them, man.
Oh. 420.
Oh yeah.
Smoke it. Yeah, I think I'll smoke one more bowl. Oh. Then I'm gonna call him tonight.
I'd pick up this chick, man, and she'd say, I want to drink. And I can get me a pack of Benson and Hedges smooth 100s. I said, no problem, let's go. And we hit them dirt roads, man, and drive like a big loop. Just getting, smoking doobies, drinking beers, you getting lit.
Me and my dad used to do that.
I was pretty much one of my hobbies for like 10 years, man, 15 years at least.
Yeah, same thing with my dad. Our routine, we'd get like a 12 pack of, like 12-ounce beers, and he had a little cooler that would fit like 6 beers in it. Yeah, we fill the cooler up with the 6 beers, and he would roll like 2 or 3 joints. Yeah, we would drive south of here.
Get them dirt roads.
Like once you get like maybe 3-4 miles south of here, it's all backcountry roads. And we would just drive along, have a couple beers, and just smoke a couple joints and listen to music. But we had too many close calls, so I basically made him stop doing it.
Yep. My mom, dad used to get so pissed, man, because my eyes would be red every day. He'd be so pissed, man, because I'd go home, in that shape.
Well, I stopped driving around with my dad like that because for a long time, he stopped drinking beer and he started drinking vodka, and he would fill up like a big, tall cooler drink container and makes screwdrivers with them. And it wasn't just that, it made him drunker quicker, and so he wasn't driving that well. But once he got home, he would and get ready for bed, he'd make another one of those screwdrivers up, and then he'd start drinking it, and then he would take some sleeping pills.
Wow.
And that messed him up. Like it would knock his ass out like 20, 30 minutes later. And then he would wake up almost like he was sleepwalking.
Yeah, like in a blackout. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he would just walk through the house and do stupid fucking shit. Like he'd decide he's hungry. So he'd go in the kitchen and like turn the oven on and make a big mess. But then he'd walk away from it. And like, I remember one particular night, I came home from work at like 6:30 in the morning, and I walked in the house, and I'm like, "What the fuck?" Like every single light was on in the house, and I walk into the kitchen, and like the stove's going with nothing on it, like just a burner burning them on its own, and there's all this food left out on the counter, you know, getting spoiled basically. And you know, I'd walk in and I'd find him passed out naked in the bathroom on the can,
Wow.
or
Man.
he'd be completely passed out naked on the couch, shit like that, and he would never remember it. And you know, when he finally woke up, you know, and got sobered up later in the morning, usually like around 10 or 11 o'clock, you know, it was like nothing happened. And, you know, I tell him, like, you know, Dad, I came home from work and they told him everything that he did. He's like, oh, I didn't do that. He's like, you made the mess. I'm like, I was at work, you know? Like, he did the same thing once. Like, he walked I came home, every light was on. The fireplace door was on, running like I told you before. And then I found him. He was in his bedroom. He actually made it back up into his bedroom. But I thought he had gone into my bedroom, and my bedroom was trashed. Like someone
He
walked
pissed
in
in your
there.
closet.
No, like everything on my bookshelf was on the floor. The bed was moved around like 3 feet at a different angle, and like my trash can was knocked over. All the lights were on, and like the ceiling fan, which I always kept running, one of the blades was knocked off of it. And he told me later when I confronted him about it, he's like, I had this reoccurring dream that he used to had, and the sleeping pills and the alcohol made him think back to the days when he was a kid. He used to have that used to be his bedroom, and so he thought he was, you know, going to bed in his old bedroom, and just, you know, completely, you know,
Right.
lost it and moved all my shit around. He was stumbling and he fell and knocked all the shit over. That's what happened. And when he got up, you know, he must have been
That
waving
makes
his
sense.
hands in the air and
That
broke the
makes
fan
sense.
and everything. Yeah, it makes sense. I forgave him for it. But
Dude,
he's
I
like, well, it wouldn't have been that bad if you cleaned your fucking room. Like, yeah, whatever, Dad.
I won't take a pill no more, man, but I used to like to take them, you know. And the only time I took I don't know what it was, but they get
Yeah.
it was like a sleeping pill. I think he said I took that one, and I think just that one. Drinking clear tequila. Well, I came to my senses more or less like at the kitchen table, and it was dark outside, and they were looking at me like, I don't know. And I was like, why are y'all looking at me like that? And they were like, you don't remember? I said, what? Remember what? Apparently, man, I was out in the yard, getting yelling at the sky and